Honourable members, prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen and to her government, to members of the Legislative Assembly and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Honourable members, we will now be led in the singing of our national anthem by Brooklyn Ellard. In observation of the COVID-19 public health guidelines outlined by Dr. Dina Henshaw, please refrain from joining us in the language of your choice. Honourable members, the only thing that could be better than that national anthem is if a hockey game was immediately to follow, but I understand that's coming next week. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests.
Honourable members, we have a number of guests joining us today. They are guests of the Minister of Indigenous Relations, Sherry Cunningham, the Treasurer of Métis Settlements General Council. The Minister of Labour and Immigration has guests in the gallery this afternoon. His Chief of Staff, Janet McEachran, her husband John, and Roy and Annette Kay. Roy and Annette Kay are the parents of designer Michael Kay, who designed the Alberta tartan gown that is now hung in the Royal Alberta Museum. And last but certainly not least, one of my 3 favorite peas on the face of the planet, my 13-year-old son, Porter Cooper, is in the speakers gallery. I'd invite you all to rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable Member for Drumheller-Stettler has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP, their union bosses, and old Gill are at it again. They're continuing to push their buddies across the aisle to stop this legislature from fulfilling the promise that our government made to Albertans, to restore balance to Alberta workplaces and give workers choice. With Bill 32, our government intends to do just that. We've talked about it before, but it is important to remind everyone why the Leader of the Opposition and her cadre of union leaders are so opposed to this legislation. It's because Bill 32 would give everyday, hard-working union members the choice on whether or not their dues will go to fund political campaigns that may go against their interests. Union campaigns to oppose pipelines for oil and gas resources, campaigns to support the Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro, campaigns to support the anti-Semitic boycott, divestment, and sanctions, or BDS movement, and campaigns to support the NDP and their disastrous agenda for Alberta. Mr. Speaker, in Alberta, should Bill 32 pass, workers will finally have the opportunity to send a message to their unions that these kind of campaigns will no longer be able to use their dues without their consent. And Mr. Speaker, consent is the key here. The NDP and Gil McGowan know they're out of touch with working Albertans, and they know that workers of Alberta won't choose to fund their outlandish campaigns. Albertans rejected the $1.8 million campaign that Gil McGowan waged between 2017 and 19, a campaign with the sole purpose of attacking Albertans and supporting the re-election of the failed NDP government. In fact, we know exactly where the public is on this. Polling shows that more than 70% of Canadians and more than 70% of union workers oppose the use of mandatory union dues for these harmful and hurtful campaigns. This is about workers' choice. Workers shouldn't fear where their union dues go. That's why this House must support Bill 32, not for party politics, but for Albertans.
The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora has the call.
Mr. Speaker, schools can reopen safely during COVID-19, but apparently somebody forgot to tell the government that doing so would take some investment in staffing, in PPE, and other supports. The government has openly mocked the idea of capping class sizes, despite the fact that we know Greece and Norway did exactly that when they reopened. The Minister of Education in Ontario has been clear that he expects classes will only have 15 students in them if they reopen this fall. And when British Columbia opened their schools in the spring, they kept class sizes at most to 50% of what they were previously. So why not here? It's because this Premier and Minister of Education won't make it a priority. Our Alberta NDP official opposition has heard from thousands of Albertans, and Mr. Speaker, they support a cap on the number of students per class. They're also scared that this government is sending them back to an unsafe situation. Making our schools safe during a global pandemic won't be easy. In fact, it may be one of the most challenging school years our province has ever seen. But why won't the government hire more staff to secure additional spaces? It's because they've prioritized a $4.7 billion no jobs corporate giveaway over the safety and well-being of our students and families. They've done virtually nothing to prepare for classes in just 5 weeks. So I urge them to read our report. We released it last Thursday, and there are 15 recommendations in it that would go a long way, Mr. Speaker, to making things safer. While the government may laugh at the idea of keeping children safe, we are here to fight for these kids and the staff who care for them, and we're never going to stop.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Anne Parkland has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently in my area and the province, we lost a pillar of our community. On May 16, 2020, William Royal Lewis, or Jack as he was known, passed on. In his honour, I'd like to read selections out of his obituary to commemorate his life in the Assembly. Jack was a true farmer through and through. He graduated from the Vermilion School of Agriculture in 1951, and he went on to attend the University of Alberta and graduated in 1957 with a Bachelor of Science degree in Agriculture. He received his Distinguished Alumni Awards for both his alma maters. He was proud to establish a scholarship at both institutions to support and encourage future agricultural leaders. He shared his knowledge and was a mentor to many. This includes teaching the Enoch Cree how to grow potatoes for large production in the 70s. Jack married the love of his life, Laverne, in 1956, and they continued to farm and raise their family. Lewis Farms would later move to the Spruce Grove area and would eventually include a division in San Gaudreau as well. Under his guidance, the farm originally grew 80 acres of seed potatoes, which was unheard of at the time. The farmer now grows 500 acres of seed potatoes annually. Cattle were part of the farm from the very beginning and were originally brought in to eat the culled potatoes. Way back in the 1950s, Jack showed the cattle and the Toronto Royal with another longtime Edmonton family the Accords. In large part to Jack's efforts and skills, the farm was honored with the Master Farm Family Award in 1952 and the Northlands Family Award in 1992. Today, the farm is heavily involved in both purebred Simmental and Angus industry, with genetics being sold locally, nationally, and internationally. This year marked the 35th annual bull sale. Jack and Laverne moved to Stony Plain in 1992. Jack was a charter member of the Stony Plain Rotary Club and served as a president at one time. Even at the age of 88, you would still be hard-pressed not to see Jack on the farm on a daily basis, wearing some likely tattered clothes with that big signature grin on his face. He was always happy to chat. I was privileged to know him, even briefly, while his loss is felt, his legacy will live on into the future through his children and grandchildren who are still running the farm. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge West.
Mr. Speaker, I spent the weekend talking to Lethbridge parents who are worried about their ability to do their own jobs and keep their children safe in the schools. I heard from one mom who has a chronic health condition. She and her husband have 3 kids and 2 aging parents. She can't risk exposure to COVID-19. She has nowhere to turn for help or guidance. Here's what she says. It seems that the government is openly expecting cases to appear in schools, little being mandated to protect children with regard to physical distancing, mandatory masking, cap on class sizes, etc. We feel we have no choice but to keep our children home to continue with online learning, although we know they suffer from lack of socialization. Here's another Lethbridge mum who wrote the following to the Education Minister. We can have and deserve to have both safe schools and a strong economy. Opening schools with such a flippant and underfunded approach to student, teacher, staff, and caretaker safety will absolutely have a ripple effect on working families and ultimately the economy. Mr. Speaker, for Lethbridge, school reopening comes down to two things, choices and humanity. The Finance Minister has had 6 months to figure out how he is going to pay for safe schools so that ordinary people can go back to work and children can go back to structured family life. Instead, the minister spent $1 billion on potholes, $7 billion on sweetheart loans to a profitable company for a project that will only get built if there's a Trump White House. Nice friends, by the way. A minimum $4.7 billion in tax giveaways to the already wealthy, and so on. This finance minister is a well-connected elite himself. He is building an economy for his friends. But there is a way to build a better recovery. It starts with focusing on the priorities of ordinary people and ensuring children are safe. At this point, this has gone beyond a question of politics. Children's lives are at risk. At this point, this is a question of morality and humanity, and the government is on the wrong side of it.
The honourable member for Calgary North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on racism and how we must work together towards eradicating it. This involves more than just stating it is wrong to discriminate against people based on the color of their skin, their ethnicity, or faith. Like many visible minorities, I have been a victim of racism, but I have also been welcomed and treated fairly by most. Racism, no matter the extent, it is unacceptable and cannot be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, if we are to eradicate racism, we need to build meaningful and social connections with others, actively listen and truly get to know one another. In doing so, we come to realize that we really are the same. We want to be happy and we want to belong. Although we still have work to do, I want to acknowledge how far we have come as a province. I was appointed as Alberta's first parliamentary secretary of migration. By just having this position, our province has made a significant step forward to a more inclusive society. During roundtable discussion across Alberta for Fair Registration Practices Act, which is about foreign credential recognition, I had the opportunity to further understand the personal struggles of newcomers to Alberta. Mr. Speaker, the Charter of Rights guarantees freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and freedom of movement. These rights must be exercised with responsibility and accountability. Our institutions must reflect our diversity and demographic based on merit. We need to question and challenge legislation like the religious symbols ban in Quebec, as it demonstrates an intolerance for people of faith. And we need to ensure that what happened to George Floyd in the US and Ijaz Chaudhry in Toronto does not happen in Alberta or elsewhere. We need to be better and we need to do better. I am proud to be part of a government that is committed to tackling racism, breaking down barriers, and creating a more inclusive society for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill 32 is bad for every working Albertan. For anyone that works a job, the UCP's Bill 32 makes life needlessly harder. If you work in a union environment, say as a nurse helping COVID-19 patients recover, or as a teacher getting ready to go back to school without sufficient pandemic supports, or as a frontline grocery store clerk ensuring Albertans can buy the food they need for their families, Bill 32 attacks your union's ability to act on your behalf, to be your voice, at a time when your voice has never been more important and more required. And if your workplace does not involve unions, Bill 32 attacks you too. It attacks your pocketbook. It gives your employer the power to pay you less for holidays, less for your worked overtime. And if your employer cuts a deal with this premier and his labor minister, you might even get paid less than minimum wage. And after all that, if your employer ends up terminating your position, Bill 32 allows them to hold back your final paycheck from you for longer than before. Talk about adding insult to injury. So why would a government enact such one-sided, heavy-handed labor laws? That's still a good question, because the members of this UCP government have failed to provide sound reasons for these needless changes. When it comes to granting employers more power and attacking workers' rights in Alberta, the UCP motto just seems to be never enough. The government would have you believe, despite a total lack of evidence, that these changes will somehow help attract more jobs to Alberta. The government is wrong. A race to the bottom is a race with no winners. There will be no victory laps. Bill 32 should be withdrawn.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Highwood.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's government recently announced new exciting changes to EMS services across the province. These new changes replaced outdated regulations to better serve all Albertans. These adjustments will result in faster care for residents by reducing wait times in both rural and urban communities. Emergency response times have been an ongoing issue for the residents of Highwood. With ambulances and paramedics being held up at hospitals, local wait times have continually increased. In rural Alberta, 50% of life-threatening calls were responded to in over 50 minutes. This is not acceptable. I made an election promise to my constituents that I would fight for change. These updated regulations are a welcome sign to the EMS industry and will be beneficial for all of Alberta. The new changes introduced will mean faster care for residents by maximizing alternate EMS transportation, like a stretcher van for non-emergent transfers. This will keep emergency ambulances available for critical situations. Under old regulations, only a traditional ambulance could respond to EMS calls, even if it was just transferring a non-critical patient between two facilities. Mr. Speaker, another important improvement coming from these new regulations is the maximizing of the roles of nurse practitioners with paramedics. Nurse practitioners will now be allowed to work as medical directors to provide real-time medical advice to paramedics during emergencies. Nurse practitioners and physicians will now be able to make important transport decisions, like deciding on what type of vehicle is needed and strategically directing the destination of the patient. Overall, this means greater flexibility to free up resources for critical and urgent care. Rural Albertans and EMS professionals have been calling for these changes for a long time. In EMS, minutes and seconds matter, and these critical changes by the Minister of Health will help improve efficiencies in emergency medical services, which will ultimately save lives.
The honourable member for Edmonton McClung.
Mr. Speaker, every worker deserves to go home safely at the end of the day, but that was not the case for the workers of Cargill. It was not the case for Huep Bui or Benito Quesada, who are no longer able to go home to their families. It was not the case for Arwin Selig's father, Armando Selig. Cargill was the largest single workplace outbreak in North America. It was our national shame. The provincial government has a distinct legal and moral obligation to step in when the lives of Albertans are at risk. The profits of foreign companies should be a secondary consideration. Cargill is the largest privately owned company in the U.S., and the government of Alberta was dancing to their tune. But it could have been much worse, Mr. Speaker, without the collective action of workers and the advocacy of their union. It was the advocacy and pressure brought forward by UFCW 401 that prevented more deaths. They pushed for a shutdown until it happened. The union did its job and protected workers. The government delayed and allowed the private sector to monitor themselves, which leads to the infection of over 1,500 workers and 3 tragic deaths. Yet now, Mr. Speaker, the government is pushing through legislation such as Bill 32 to undermine the union's ability to protect its workers. The UCP have launched a blatant attack on working people, while profitable corporations and their CEOs rake in billions from the $4.7 billion corporate handout. I have a question for all members of this House. Without the pressure brought forward by UFCW, how many more people would have died? And why is this government taking away the power of workers to protect themselves, especially during a pandemic? We owe it to these workers to learn everything we can from this outbreak at Cargill and to prevent it from ever happening again, and for always respecting the lives and health of workers.
You're here.
Honourable members, it is time for oral question period, and the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Parents
across Alberta have had the weekend to soak in this Premier's school re-entry plan, and they have serious concerns. Danica Marshall has 2 sons, 10 and 14, who will be going back. She's a science communicator who works in schools and told CBC there are few schools in Calgary that can even accommodate 6 feet apart. Quote, "I'm concerned that an outbreak will occur in the school." Premier, this all boils down to an utter lack of care and attention into investing to keep our children safe. Why are you failing parents like Danica?
The Honourable the Premier.
Speaker, in fact, what we are doing is following the advice of our professional public service, the Department of Education, in consultation with school board superintendents, the Chief Medical Officer of Health, Alberta Health Services, in constructing a plan to ensure that children can safely return to school this autumn. And instead, what the NDP is proposing is a absurd pie-in-the-sky fantasy to build 800 schools, 13,000 classrooms, and hire 13,000 teachers at a cost of several $billions over the next 30 days.
Wow. For the opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not true. But on the matter of 13,000 teachers, I would have thought firing 20,000 EAs over Twitter on a Saturday afternoon was impossible. But apparently, if there's a will, there's a way, Mr. Speaker. The problem is that when it comes to protecting our kids, there is no will. Here's a math problem for the Premier. 11-year-old Johnny rides a bus with 30 kids, then spends all day in class with 35 kids, plus a teacher, plus an EA, if he's lucky, in a 9-by-7 meter classroom. If he has COVID-19 and sneezes once, how many people are at risk of infection, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, 20,000 EAs were not fired, but I'll remind the Leader of the NDP that in her 4 years in office, every June, she laid off the same number of people at the end of the school year. The end of the school year came earlier, Mr. Speaker. It came in March for the operation of our schools. And she's now trying to mislead parents in a cynical effort to create fear, where instead we should be listening to the advice of our public health officials to create confidence. The NDP is proposing an absurd plan that would have us build 13,000 classrooms in the next 4 weeks. It's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Absurd plan is the same plan as Norway and Denmark and all the places that have actually managed to do this successfully. Now, the Premier talks about the Chief Medical Officer of Health, but here's the thing. Anyone with eyes in their heads knows that her recommendations cannot be followed in the school setting that exists, and it's ludicrous to think they can. There's not enough space. Now, Dr. Hansard doesn't make budget decisions. She doesn't make decisions about enrollment funding. She doesn't set class sizes. Why won't the Premier admit that it's actually that government, his government, that is disrespecting Dr. Hinshaw by failing to make these proper decisions?
Premier.
Mr. Speaker, it's regrettable but entirely predictable to see the divisive NDP seeking to undermine the advice that the government has received from the Chief Medical Officer of Health, which we have followed throughout the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Not only the Chief Medical Officer, but in this instance, superintendents, school boards, school councils. I understand, Mr. Speaker, they are so angry, Mr. Speaker, that they're trying to mislead parents. There is no real world in which we can build 13,000 classrooms and hire 13,000 teachers in a month. It's just made up, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
Well, there are real countries all over the world that are investing more. Only here are they doing it with not a single extra cent. Now, this Premier's already being sued by doctors who are under attack, vulnerable youth losing benefits, heck, even his friends at the Justice Centre. Next up, Alberta workers. Today we learned 25 public and private sector unions are planning to sue them over Bill 32. The bill ends overtime, lowers workplace standards, makes authoritarian moves against unions by hurting their ability to represent their members. Premier, why are the rights of working people always your #1 target?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, last week she described referendums as anti-democratic. This week she is describing empowering ordinary union members to opt out of political activity as being authoritarian. It's the exact opposite. Just as referendums are quintessentially democratic, empowering union members to say no to having their union dues used against them, to campaign against pipelines, Mr. Speaker. That's, according to one poll, 76% of union members in Alberta support that. We listen to them. The NDP's approach on this is authoritarian and ours is democratic.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, it is not democratic to use the authority of this legislature to try to silence people who disagree with the Premier. That is the opposite of democratic, and he is making a gross mistake if he thinks Albertans are actually buying what he's trying to sell right now. He's effectively trying to muzzle hundreds of thousands of public sector workers right before they go into collective bargaining. To put it another way, the Premier is cutting the phone lines before breaking into the House. Why is he so scared of the voices of working people?
The Honourable Premier has the call.
As is so often the case with the NDP, the opposite is the truth, Mr. Speaker. What she refers to as silencing and muzzling. Let's get this. What are we actually talking about? A provision in the bill that gives ordinary union members the ability to decide themselves whether or not their forced dues will be used in campaigns that can be against their interests. But what the NDP wants, Mr. Speaker, is to force Unifor members to campaign against pipelines by supporting Unifor and the AFL. They want to force Jewish union members of Unifor to campaign against Israel. They want to force Venezuelan refugees to campaign in favor of that regime.
Leader of the Opposition.
What the bill does is it makes it so workers have no say in their overtime arrangement, and it allows for overtime hours to be averaged over a year. This is going to cost regular working folks in the construction industry, thousands and thousands of dollars every year, and it's what this Premier wants to do. This has nothing to do with union advertising. This has nothing to do with that. Why is the Premier working so hard to take away overtime from the very people who really are working so hard?
The Honourable the Premier.
She's got to stick to her story, Mr. Speaker. For the first two questions, it was all about union advertising. But now that I've reminded her that those unions advertise against pipelines and force pipeline workers to fund them. Those unions advertise against Israel and force Jewish members to fund them. Those unions advertise in favor of the Venezuelan socialist dictatorship and force Venezuelan refugees to fund them. She says that we want to give them no say. The exact opposite is the true. When they vote against Bill 32, they will be voting against giving those union members a say in how their dues are spent.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition for a third set of questions.
I wonder when the Premier is going to give shareholders the same right to hold CEOs accountable for the things they say to their detriment. Oh, wait a minute, never. Now, quote, a UCP government will retain the general $15 an hour minimum wage. Mr. Speaker, this promise is in every version of the Premier's platform. He broke the promise once for young people. Now Bill 32 gives the Labour Minister the power to exempt groups of workers and even economic sectors from the minimum wage. When asked last week if that's what he's going to do, the Minister was, well, evasive at best. So can the Premier today commit that he will not roll back the minimum wage for individual workplaces, groups of employees?
The Premier.
Mr. Speaker, she says that shareholders may object to a position of a business. Absolutely. In which case, they can sell their shares. But, Mr. Speaker, under Canadian law, if they quit their union in an organized workplace, they lose their job. That's the NDP's answer to my friend, a Venezuelan refugee. He better just suck it up and pay for Unifor's pro-Chavez, pro-Maduro campaign. And I know why the NDP supports that, because they support that regime too. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, we stand for parents of faith who refuse through their dues to fund Mr. Gowan's accusation.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier's efforts to distract have just hit a new high there. This is about getting a straight answer to the issue of the minimum wage. Now, this Premier struck a panel. He stacked it against Albertans. The panel included a whole bunch of representatives from Restaurants Canada. All the workers on the panel work for Restaurants Canada. One of them was a family member of the board member. Premier, are you going to lower the wages of servers, the people hurt hardest by this pandemic, just to please your friends at Restaurants Canada? Yes or no?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, you know, the NDP, they hate oil and gas companies. They hate coal mining companies. They don't like forestry companies, Mr. Speaker. And now they hate restaurants as well, the largest employers in the entire service industry that create hundreds of thousands of entry-level jobs for young people, for single moms, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? 25,000 of those workers lost their jobs because the NDP raised the minimum wage by 50% in the middle of a job-killing recession, which they helped to create. Those workers are still waiting for an apology from the NDP.
Leader of the Opposition.
I will not now or ever apologize for raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour so hardworking single mothers can potentially avoid a trip to the food bank on the way home. And I am now asking this Premier, did he or did he not mislead Albertans when he told them he wouldn't touch the minimum wage? Will he protect it, or is he going to go after those hardworking single mothers who need every cent they earn?
Mr. Speaker, once again, I'll refer the NDP leader back to our platform. But you know what she did in her economic incompetence and hard-heartedness? She's angry still that she lost the election, Mr. Speaker. But you know what she did? I'll tell you, there are 25,000 typically younger Albertans, including single moms, who are still angry with the NDP because they went from a decent job to $0 an hour. That's what the NDP did by causing the layoff of some 25,000 people, primarily in the service sector. Just one example of the gross economic incompetence of the NDP.
The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora.
Alberta mom Joanna Cameron wrote to the Premier and said, quote, "You tried to reassure parents across the province that schools can operate safely with little health risk for children and teachers, and cited examples from Denmark and Netherlands, Finland and Belgium and Austria, but you failed to mention that almost every one of the countries did not see an uptick in child infections because they put a strict cap on the number of students in class." End quote. So to the Premier, will you explain to Joanna and countless other parents why you continue to ignore the evidence that capping class sizes to curb COVID-19 works?
The Honourable the Premier has risen.
Mr. Speaker, it takes a lot of chutzpah for the hyper-partisan member for Edmonton Glenora to imagine that she knows more about public health than the Chief Medical Officer in Alberta Health Services. And it takes a lot of ignorance on her part to ignore the successful experience of Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, and Japan, who continue to operate schools in their normal fashion without outbreaks, Mr. Speaker. It's time for the member opposite to stop scaring parents and to start listening to the public health experts.
The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora.
I work with Dr. Hansard, and I have tremendous respect for her and her advice. That's why recommendation 15 in the report, Premier, is for you to actually table it all, not filter it before you communicate to the public what you want to have heard, Premier. So in terms of Greece, Norway, and Ontario, they all brought in this cap size. So what about teacher Christine Hutchinson, who wrote asking, are teachers expected to take on additional custodian duties in addition to their roles as educators to ensure that spaces are cleaned regularly? Premier, there are 50,000 teachers, including Christy, who are supposed to act as teacher, custodian, and now doctor too. How is that fair?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the schools are funded at their highest level in history. They are the most expensive schools in Canada on a per capita basis. This government is adding $120 million in operational funds to the school boards, in addition to $300 million in capital improvements, $250 million in capital improvements, which includes upgrades that help in the COVID environment. Mr. Speaker, the school boards have $300 million in reserves that they can use in part to hire additional janitorial services, and we would expect all of the staff in any workplace to help to tidy up, just as we do around here, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
To tidy up the Premier, we're talking about keeping kids safe. We're talking about making sure classrooms are sterilized. We're talking about kids and teachers' lives, Premier. Step up and do your job. Lisa Radomski wrote, quote, as a former supporter of the Premier and your party, I'm appalled by the complete lack of consideration for Alberta's teachers and students as we move forward this fall. After watching your government pour money into oil and gas industry over the course of this pandemic and $0 invested in improving the safety for Alberta schools, it speaks volumes about your government's priorities, end quote. To the Premier, will you answer Lisa's inquiry? Why won't you step up and invest in our kids?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't even said a word, and the NDP leader's already heckling, Mr. Speaker. That's her regard for the civility of this place. And by the way, a moment ago, she asked if I've ever been into a classroom. Of course I have. In fact, my dad was a teacher and a principal, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know what? Here's the reality. They just said no money, $120 million in additional operating support, $250 million in additional capital infrastructure. They're angry, Mr. Speaker, with the advice of our public health officials that we are following carefully to ensure the safe reopening.
Order. Order. Grande Prairie has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, hockey is back, the NHL is resuming, and the playoffs are going to be happening right here in Edmonton, including the Stanley Cup Final. Yesterday, Edmonton saw hundreds of NHL players from the Western Conference entering the downtown bubble, where they'll be quarantining before the playoffs begin. The selection of Edmonton as a playoff hub is a large marketing advantage for our province, but there are other advantages as well to being a hub city. Can the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism tell this chamber how many jobs the playoffs are expected to create right here in Edmonton?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. It's true that the selection of Edmonton as a hub for the NHL will be a fantastic marketing opportunity for our province and our capital, but it will also be a driver for the creation of between 1,500 and 1,900 jobs in Edmonton. The majority of those will be in the accommodation and food services sector, which has been hit very hard by the pandemic, along with healthcare, arts, and entertainment. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the NHL to Edmonton and the jobs they are creating here and now.
Honourable Member for Grande Prairie has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given the enthusiasm for hockey in Alberta, and certainly in my home constituency of Grande Prairie, it's great to see that the NHL will be hiring Albertans as we host the playoffs. Given that the playoffs will take place over months, putting the spotlight on Edmonton and bringing a big advantage to this city, and given that this will also bring Alberta to the forefront of the global stage, benefiting Albertans through economic activity in many sectors across the province, can the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism speak to more of the economic benefits Edmonton will gain from hosting the NHL playoffs here?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you to the member. Edmonton and Alberta are going to be the focus of global attention, and that will bring great advantages beyond the beautiful sights and scenery of our province, as well as job creation and economic activity. Sectors across the economy will see activity and sales providing a much-needed morale and economic boost to our provincial economy. My department projects that hosting the playoffs will add around $40 million to our provincial GDP and between $47 and $69 million in sales for businesses, with the majority of that in Edmonton.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the Minister. Given the obvious advantages that the playoffs will provide to the province and to Edmonton in particular in job creation and economic activity, and given that though we have launched our economic recovery plan, our first priority will always be and remain the health and safety of Albertans. Further, given our commitment to public safety as we relaunch and the tremendous work of Albertans to flatten the curve and keep each other safe across this province, to the Minister of Health, can you tell us what measures are being taken to ensure we are keeping the public safe during and throughout the playoffs?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
We were very happy to receive from the Edmonton Oilers Group and then from the NHL, and including submissions from the Players Association as well, a plan that they had, the ministry, including Dr. Henshaw, then worked with them to be able to refine their the guidelines that they were proposing to us, and that included Dr. Henshaw. Her conditions that the teams act as a cohort, and that means that they're isolated from the larger community here in Edmonton and monitoring themselves throughout the process, Mr. Speaker. And as well, we made sure that the teams and the NHL has, through outside of AHS, the ability to test themselves.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Mr. Speaker, this finance minister has had 6 months to figure out how he's going to pay for the capital costs of extra portables and space, the operational costs of extra staffing in schools. Instead, he found $1 billion for potholes, but nothing for capping class sizes for kids, my kids, other Albertans' kids. Mr. Speaker, I spent my weekend on the phone with moms who are worried about their children in crowded classrooms. I am going to channel their frustration with this finance minister's choices. Here is their question. How can this finance minister, a wealthy, well-connected elite himself, justify all kinds of money, billions in fact, for other well-connected elites, but he himself—
The Honourable the Premier.
For 6 months.
Order. You are allotted your time. I encourage you to use it wisely. The Premier's allotted his time, and he can use it now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to respond to the member from Lethbridge. Her so-called plan for school reopening involves creating 13,000 classrooms, building 800 new schools, hiring 13,000 new teachers in the next month. This is not about spending more money, Mr. Speaker. That is about a cloud cuckoo land fantasy. Mr. Speaker, the NDP plan for the school reopening is not a plan to reopen the schools. It's a plan to keep them shut.
reiterate to the member, you're welcome to be as frustrated as you'd like, just need to do it in 35 seconds. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Mr. Speaker, this finance minister and this premier have had 6 months to bring forward a decent and thoughtful plan for how to pay for investment in education so us parents can get back to work. A decent, thoughtful, empathetic plan, Mr. Speaker. But given that this finance minister hasn't done that, but he has found $4.7 billion to give away to profitable corporations, why does this government have billions to build an economy for well-connected, wealthy insiders, but not a dime to keep children healthy so that ordinary people can go back to work?
The order, the Honourable Premier.
Well, I thank the voice of empathy opposite, Mr. Speaker. I would point out that $120 million is a lot of pennies in additional operating spending. $250 million is a lot of pennies when it comes to capital spending. But, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about reality. What the NDP is proposing is a reopening plan, capping classes to 15, would require 800 new schools and 13,000 new classrooms be built in the next month. See, Mr. Speaker, here's the point. Here's the truth. They don't want the schools open. They want to keep them closed, and that's what their plan represents. Shame on them.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Well, given that as a parent, Mr. Speaker, I can reliably report to this Premier that I want my kids in school, but I don't want them to put their grandchildren or their grandparents' health at risk when they do so. And some empathy here would be great for the parents that are so worried about their own children's safety. Mr. Speaker, will the finance minister or the Premier, sure, agree that refusing to pay for safe schools is now far beyond a question of politics? We have now moved to a question of basic morality and decency, Mr. Speaker, and this government is on the wrong side.
The Honourable the Premier.
Speaker, once again, this government is providing an additional $120 million in operating support for the school system, $250 million in capital support, including to address COVID-related issues, releasing $36 million in school board reserves to help pay for additional costs. And of course, if the Chief Medical Officer of Health comes forward with additional recommendations to ensure the safe operation of schools, this government will implement those and fully fund them. But the NDP does not have a plan to reopen the schools. They have a plan to keep the schools shut because we cannot build 800 schools in the next month.
Point of order is noted, but I would also provide a cautionary note to members of the opposition that if you're using unparliamentary language or calling individuals inside this House names, that would be inappropriate and unparliamentary, even if it is not on the record. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When the UCP government promised to stand up for our oil and gas industry, Albertans assumed that they would stand up for more than just the corporate shareholders and defending higher corporate dividends. This government's heartless Bill 32 will hurt the men and women working in the field to keep our oil and gas industry going during this pandemic. Bill 32 lets their bosses take their overtime, cut their pay, and lets it happen without the workers' consent. Can the Minister of Labour share why he's taking away the voices of oil and gas workers when it comes to their overtime?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our focus is on restoring balance to Alberta's labour laws, reducing red tape, and getting Albertans back to work. And Mr. Speaker, the allegations made by the other side that we're eliminating overtime is simply incorrect. Mr. Speaker, we're making changes to averaging arrangements. These were in place prior to the previous ill-thought-out bill that the government put in place, which put a significant amount of rules and made it more difficult for non-standard schedules like 14 days on, 14 days off. Mr. Speaker, this bill reduces those rules so we can get Albertans, including those in our oil patch, back to work.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, Bill 32 allows employers to decide if overtime is paid. And given that many oil and gas workers are exempt from workday and overtime rules, and given that Bill 32 gives their employers the ability to dictate without consent how their overtime hours will be arranged over a full calendar year, and given that this Premier promised during the election that he would not touch workers' overtime, it looks like another broken promise, Mr. Speaker. Minister, why are you attacking the overtime of oil and gas workers? Why don't you value the work they do for all of us?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the premise of that question is simply incorrect. Mr. Speaker, the rules around overtime for those working regular schedule hours don't change over 8 hours a day, 44 hours a week. And for those in special agreements and special arrangements, such as we're changing, and it used to be in place under the compressed work week, the 44 hours per week on average remains. That was in place prior to the Bill 17 that the previous government in place. They kept it in place, and Mr. Speaker, we are keeping it in place with the changes we are making. Mr. Speaker, we are reducing the red tape for employers because we want to get Albertans back to work.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, the minister left out a word. Special imposed arrangements on average across a year. Given that the NDP government valued the contribution of workers, which is why we made sure workers had a say in their overtime and contracts, and given that Bill 32 could result in workers in the oil and gas sector receiving zero overtime pay, even if they are working hours above 8 in a given day, and in the more dangerous conditions created by COVID-19, and given that the minister also stands by a $4.7 billion corporate handout that has not created a single solitary job. Minister, you've decided a pandemic was the best time to silence the voices of workers and slash overtime? Really?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated before, the suggestions they're making about overtime and that this bill will eliminate is simply incorrect. Mr. Speaker, our focus is on restoring balance for Alberta labour laws, reducing red tape, and getting Albertans back to work. The NDP passed labour legislation that tilted the scales towards their union allies and imposed costs on job creators, driving billions of dollars of investment and jobs out of this province. Mr. Speaker, we are reversing this. Bill 32 is a key component of that. We are going to get Albertans back to work.
The honourable member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government has announced a plan for re-entry into schools for this fall. Well, I think that is a well-thought-out plan that will help our students to learn in the best possible environment, and studies have shown students perform best in the classroom. I've received some concerns from some of my constituents about what happens when a student is in between a COVID test. To the Education Minister, if a student or teacher develops any symptoms and are required to take a test, are they required to stay home until that negative test result is in?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day before school, students and staff are expected to complete a screening questionnaire. If they feel unwell, they are required to stay home. If a student or staff member tests positive for COVID-19, a public health team will investigate to determine when symptoms developed, and will support the school to minimize transmission. Parents will be notified if a case of COVID-19 is confirmed at school, and public health officials will contact those who were in close contact with that person. We have processes in place, and we will do whatever we can to ensure.
The honourable member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Given that safety of our students and teachers should be our #1 priority, and given that some of our constituents who are parents are concerned about the uncertainty surrounding COVID-19, and given that these parents are starting to help their children prepare for back to school in September, can the Minister of Education please explain how the government is communicating information so parents and students can be prepared for a safe return to school, and will there be an online option available?
The Honourable Minister of Education has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a mother and a grandmother, I certainly understand that parents may seem concerned. We have developed a re-entry toolkit to prepare parents and students for what to expect in the new school year. The toolkit includes videos for our students explaining some of the health measures, a guide for parents, facts, links to health guidelines, and a self-screening questionnaire. We are doing everything we can to prepare our students and their families for the upcoming school year and look forward to welcoming them back this September.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, and again to the Minister, given that our government has promised an additional $15 million to help with COVID-related equipment, such as touchless sinks, towel dispensers, and hand sanitizer stations, as well as other infrastructure that will aid in COVID support, such as touchless doors, and given that some schools have more of these upgrades to make than others, especially in rural Alberta, to the Minister of Education, how is this money being divided up, and who will be responsible for the installation process of these amenities?
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of Alberta's recovery plan, we announced $250 million of accelerated funding in capital maintenance and renewal funds for our schools across this province. Of this $250 million, $15 million was utilized for COVID-19 related infrastructure upgrades. My department worked with each school division to identify work-ready projects, and we anticipate the majority of them will be completed by October. This funding will help support hundreds of projects and will create about 3,750 jobs across Alberta.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's time for the Minister of Health to step up and show some leadership. Municipalities are struggling with mandatory mask policies, and they're making decisions in the dark without the benefit of expertise and information that is in the Ministry of Health. And they're doing this because this minister has decided to duck his responsibilities. It's a cowardly decision and one that does not befit any minister during a pandemic. To the minister, why are you shirking your responsibilities and making municipal leaders accountable for mandatory mask policy decisions that they should not be forced to make?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we all have a personal responsibility to reduce our risk of exposure and transmission of COVID-19. To quote Dr. Henshaw, though, you can't enforce your way out of a pandemic, and the vast majority of Albertans don't need to be told to do the right thing, end quote. Medical experts strongly recommend Albertans wear a mask in situations where distancing is not an option for them, and we support that, Mr. Speaker. And we've backed up that advice by providing two distributions of a total of 40 million masks, including 2 million masks in particular to the City of Calgary to help them and their transit riders, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that COVID numbers are rising and given that the Minister of Health has all the expertise and information at his disposal to determine whether localized mandatory mask policies would be helpful or necessary, and given that during this pandemic we've already seen him take such geographically distinct action, and given that this minister has over 80,000 health professionals at his disposal to help make the best decisions, why is this minister taking the cowardly action of downloading responsibility to municipal leaders when it's literally in his job description to make the tough decisions to keep Albertans safe during this pandemic?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I find it incredibly disappointing that the official opposition continue to attack the medical advice that we're getting from our Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Henshaw. They continue to attack the independence of Dr. Henshaw, calling her advice to us political, Mr. Speaker. I won't stand for it any longer. This is a time when we need every legislator in this room to be able to stand up and encourage Albertans to listen to our medical professionals and to listen to their advice and listen to their guidelines, not to attack their independence, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest knows that it would be unparliamentary to say, no, we are attacking you. I would encourage him not to do that in the future. The honourable member for Edmonton City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given this minister has spent months attacking the credibility and independence of doctors in the province of Alberta, and given that St. Albert Mayor Cathy Heron recently stated that devolving responsibility to municipalities would lead to a lot of confusion and poor buy-in, and given this Minister of Health oversees a ministry with $20 billion worth of resources, expertise, and information, and given that ducking his responsibility to make important health decisions puts lives at risk, sows confusion, and jeopardizes the economic security of Albertans, to the minister, why won't you step up, do your job, show some leadership, and personally make the tough decisions on mandatory mask policies?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our leadership is going to be listening to our medical professionals, listening to the Chief Medical Officer of Health. It's what we've done through our response to this pandemic. It's what we're going to continue to do, Mr. Speaker. And we're not going to attack her independence. We're not going to question her independence. We're not going to sow questions among Albertans about the guidelines and the medical advice that she's providing this government, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful that this opposition continues to do that with her medical advice.
Honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First-year students at the University of Alberta, Calgary, Lethbridge, Mount Royal will be paying up to $2,000 more for living in apartment-style residences this fall. Institutions say that this is to keep the dorms safe during COVID-19, which is perfectly fine, but where is this government to help students out? Handing an unexpected $2,000 bill to students is just plain wrong. The UCP government needs to follow BC and Ontario to make additional emergency financial aid available to students. Minister, will you do the right thing and provide additional resources to post-secondary...
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy to talk about some of the things that we're doing to help students during these difficult times. Of course, we've given students deferrals on student interest payments to help them during this COVID-19 challenge. As well, Mr. Speaker, we've also announced an increase to the apprenticeship award to help unemployed apprentices get back to school and find new opportunities. And Mr. Speaker, we'll be doing this as we seek to strengthen and improve our post-secondary system, making sure that we have, of course, the student and the student interests at the center of our decision-making always, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, given that some students may not have a choice, but they must live in a student residence, and given that they were likely planning their very tight budgets at that one rate for residences, and now they face thousands of dollars more in costs, and that emergency financial aid distributed through universities is something that most all other provinces have allocated additional funds for because of the pandemic. Minister, is it too much to try to work through with post-secondary students, explain to these students why you won't throw a dollar of support their way during this unprecedented global pandemic?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the member opposite wasn't listening, but I just talked about some of the financial elements that we've introduced to help students during these challenging times. But Mr. Speaker, let's not lose sight of what's most important, that during these uncertain times, students need job opportunities so that they can help pay for their studies and account for their expenses. And we're doing that with our ambitious recovery plan to help get individuals back to work and restart our economy. I know, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite don't want to see that, but we are interested in stimulating economic growth, building and diversifying, and again, that'll help our students when they have job prospects.
The honourable member.
Well, given that due to this government's heartless cuts to student grants, some of the most financially vulnerable families are left with $6,000 less while budgeting for increased tuition costs. And given that thousands of students have signed a petition asking for the government to reverse the heartless cuts, Minister, 10,000 signatures on multiple petitions asking you to put on a tuition freeze, and thousands more asking you to reverse cuts to student grants. How many more petitions must there be until you start advocating on behalf of our students?
The Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are advocating for students, and we are advocating with their best interests in mind. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, our students need to know that they have certainty over job outcomes, and that is why we are taking action to ensure that our students graduate with the skills and competencies that they need to find rewarding careers. That is our focus, Mr. Speaker. We want to ensure that we set our students up for success, and we will, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Laxton and Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business community in Edmonton's Chinatown continues to face social issues like homelessness and addiction unseen to the extent in the rest of the city. These issues have been compounded by the placement of 3 supervised consumption sites only within a few blocks of each other. The business community feels they weren't properly consulted on the placement of these sites, and while they want to see people get healthy, they don't believe they should be at the expense and at their safety. The Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, what are you going to do to listen to the Chinese business community who were closed out of consultations under the previous government?
Oh, no.
The Honourable, the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member to advocate for the Edmonton Chinatown community. Our government struck an expert panel, and we listened to 19,000 Albertans, including the Edmonton Chinatown community. Mr. Speaker, we consulted to those the previous government ignored. They heard the input. It was loud and clear. The current system as is a system of chaos. Mr. Speaker, we're going to clean up the mess NDP left for us. We're creating new funding for detox, funding new treatment, and funding recovery. We're going to get Albertans out of it.
The Honourable Member for Laxton and Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that only some users have sought help beyond the supervised consumption site for their addictions, and that many of the users have been stuck in place with the Chinatown community with no support to seek in full recovery, and that supervised consumption sites cannot stand alone as the sole pillar of focus in the fight against addiction, to the Associate Minister, what is your plan to help move people beyond supervised consumption sites and into recovery and treatment in long-term, particularly in the Chinatown area, so those suffering from addiction will be able to move onwards towards life and recovery?
The Honourable Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addiction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great question. Our government focused on recovery. We focused on building a full continuum care to open up the accessibility for Albertans who can get out of addiction into recovery. Just 2 weeks ago, we announced $25 million to build 5 recovery communities throughout the province. That, by the way, is a 30% increase to the current capacity. Mr. Speaker, we announced the first one in Red Deer just last Saturday. We announced Blood Tribe for the second one and Lethbridge County for the third one. We're rapidly building capacity. We're helping Albertans get out.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that many of the businesses in Chinatown have a great number of customers who are uncomfortable or afraid to enter the community with the increase in the drug activity, and that both those businesses and their customers have a right to feel safe along with the community's residents, and that in the recent review of the consumption sites found that in Edmonton, one police officer observed an addicted individual with needles and drugs injecting himself only a few feet away from grade 4 and grade 6 students where they were playing, and the police services are having difficulty dealing with the situations that are arising. To the Minister, what solutions do we have to assist in making this important community feel safe again?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that important question. We're providing resources to the Alberta Law Enforcement Response Team to make sure that we can go after organized crime, which is putting drugs on our streets, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, we're working closely with the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions to expand the reach of drug treatment courts. We've already doubled the capacity of the one here in Edmonton, Mr. Speaker. We've doubled the one in Calgary. We've opened up a new drug treatment court in Lethbridge and Red Deer, and there's more to come, Mr. Speaker. Drug treatment courts give people that are suffering with addictions the opportunity to recover, Mr. Speaker. It's a tough process for them. It holds them accountable, Mr. Speaker, but it works and it saves lives.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Mr. Speaker, more than 740,000 Alberta students are expected to go back to near normal learning in the new school year, and this is being done despite not a single additional operating dollar being offered by this UCP government. Students learning music will suffer a great deal, likely without additional supports. We know, for instance, that singing can spread COVID-19. To the Minister of Education, have you sought out assistance or feedback from the Alberta Band Association or other music educators on how to assist teachers and administrators? If not, why not?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our comprehensive school reentry plan is designed to bring our students and our staff back in a safe manner. There's guidelines for all of these particular issues, even the one the member opposite has spoken about. Unlike the NDP, we have a realistic plan which has been developed with the input of the Chief Medical Officer as well as the education system. But what I think they're really upset about is the fact that the ATA does not support their fantasy plan. And in fact, Jonathan Tetmeyer, the ATA spokesperson, said, and I quote, "The hard cap of 15 students..."
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Given that students learning arts or drama, auto mechanics, shop, you name it, typically interact with each other directly, and given that social distancing in these types of classes could be extremely tough, and given the province has provided no specific guidelines or funding for personal protective equipment for students and staff in these type of settings, to the Minister, are these types of classes supposed to be cancelled? Where can educators turn to for help? We can't find anything you've done to help them so far.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, the ATA dismissed the NDP's fantasy plan. And in fact, Jonathan Tetmeyer, the ATA spokesperson, said, and I quote, "The hard cap of 15 students proposed by the NDP is probably unachievable. Availability of teachers and classroom space would be an issue," end quote. There is only one plan that's been approved and endorsed by healthcare experts and the education system, and that's the one I introduced on June 10th.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Given that the province is currently seeing some of the highest rates of COVID-19 infection in the country, and given there are obvious gaps, massive gaps, in this UCP government school reopening plan, and given one area that's so essential to many students that is being completely ignored is for those teachers and students taking classes in music and the arts. To the Minister, will you provide more guidance for music teachers, art teachers, and many other teachers who rely on hands-on learning to prepare our students for success, and when? The clock is ticking.
The Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the question, and all of that is in our reentry plan. As I said, many occasions, but I'll be happy to repeat it again, our education system has an additional $120 million being allocated in the 2020-2021 school year. Additionally, there's $250 million in accelerated capital maintenance, which includes an additional $15 million used for COVID-related expenses. There's an additional $363 million in reserves that are usable for school divisions, and I continue to work with school divisions and address their needs.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This government is failing Albertans. Its economic relaunch strategy is failure. They failed to appoint marginalized communities to its panel, and they have been silent on how to fight racism in Alberta. A quick Google search of Alberta government's anti-racism response shows only initiatives started by the previous NDP government. Of one of those initiatives, the Anti-Racism Advisory Council does not seem to be even meeting now. To the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women, why are you disregarding to consult the council? And why are your website on the council is not even updated in over a year?
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that the member may be mistaken. As he knows, the council's actually met twice, and in fact, we'll be having 2 more meetings over this summer. They've been asked to be broken into subgroups in order to bring forward initiatives in order to be able to really help out with a lot of the work that's going on in this province right now. In fact, I would have to suggest that many of the initiatives that have been brought forward by Justice, by Ministry of Children's Services, by the Ministry of Community and Social Services have been way above anything that the NDP did. They started this, they didn't finish it, and now they're trying to find out where we're going.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that it has been 2 years since the last Taking Action Against Racism report was first released under the previous NDP government, and given that a large part of the report highlighted the need for community grants to support grassroots initiatives and research into collecting race-based data to better understand racism in Alberta, to the Premier, why should Albertans trust that you are addressing racism in this province when all your government has done was roll back what the Council has recommended 2 years ago?
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Well, I am actually very, very grateful for this question. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, that when the Action Against Racism document came out, it actually took the NDP a year and a half to do it. In fact, it was in the newspaper at that time, and I'm happy to table the document, that it took them a year and a half. And you know, the former Minister of Education said it fell off the radar. We're not quite sure what happened to it. And interestingly enough, our platform commitments are actually the Action Against Racism document is very aligned with our platform commitments of making sure that we're honoring professional protocols in this province and making sure that we're working with our immigrants there.
The Honourable Member.
Given that one of the Council's recommendations within their 2018 report, page 18, clearly outlines the need to fight hate propaganda and hate-motivated crimes in Alberta. And given that one of the Premier's closest staffer, his speechwriter Paul Bunner, is well-documented writer and producer of racist, anti-Indigenous propaganda, to the Premier, why is it that funding to support initiatives like the decades-old Alberta Hate Crime Committee has been cut, but Paul Bunner is still being funded by my tax dollars? When will you fire Paul Bunner?
The Honourable Minister.
I'm just curious, is Gil McGowan going to get fired, Mr. Speaker? From, as I understand, he has to have a part in actually creating policy by the NDP, and I believe that he actually called our families nut bars for wanting to send their children to religious schools, and also referred to our caucus as, I believe it was Nazis, and I believe it was also one of their members that referred to our Minister of Municipal Affairs as white supremacists. I'm not quite sure where they're going with this, but one thing I will say is that hate cannot prevent hate, only love can. This is the way that we go. We work with all our beautiful communities to make sure that we make a difference.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Peace River is rising with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Peace River prize our education highly. We understand not only for personal growth it's important, but for a growing economy in Alberta, we need to have a successful education system preparing Albertans for the future. Recently, the Minister of Education made an announcement on a new review, Alberta 2030, Transforming Post-Secondary Education. To the Minister of Education, can you tell members of this House what are the main objectives of this review and how you plan to accomplish them?
The Honourable, the Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the important question. Indeed, during these difficult times, as we move forward with Alberta's economic recovery, it is essential that we remove unnecessary duplication from our system, develop stronger partnerships between post-secondary education and industry, and as well ensure that we are building a highly skilled and competitive workforce. Mr. Speaker, our students expect that upon graduating that they are able to find rewarding and successful careers, and our review is oriented to help achieve that.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that this is the first review of its kind in over 10 years, and given that students graduated from high school in my constituency and across the province will be attending Alberta's polytechnical institutes or colleges or universities, and given that highly qualified individuals are in huge demand in constituencies like mine, the economic engine of Alberta and the rural north, can the ministers please explain to the members of this House what problems you're trying to solve and how you plan to do that?
Minister of Advanced Education is the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of challenges we're trying to address, of course, with this review. We know we have a lagging post-secondary participation rate in the province, and as well, we have a system that lacks strategic direction for well over a decade, including, of course, under the tenure of the former government. Previous governments left our post-secondary system without an overall vision. This review will help establish a vision and strategic direction for our post-secondary system so that we can be clear about where we're going and have a clear understanding of how we're going to get there.
Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that this kind of review is obviously going to require stakeholder input and consultation from students, faculties, and post-secondary education, and given that past governments have failed to consult on everything from agriculture to education, and given that advanced education holds so much important strategic value for Alberta's future generations, can the Minister please tell this House how he plans to consult with Albertans and how?
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the member. We will indeed be building this vision of the future of post-secondary education together with our stakeholders and with all Albertans. Over the next few months, key stakeholders within the post-secondary world can look to have an opportunity to engage through one-on-one interviews, through roundtables, workshops. We're even looking at a number, of course, of online mechanisms to solicit the input and feedback of students, faculty, and Albertans at large. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that as we engage during this important work, we will do so with extensive consultation.
Honourable members, in 30 seconds or less, we will return to member statements.
We need to stay here.
Oh, good. 18 more minutes, it'll be fun. You must have some tape. Let's see if I have more in there. I know you do. I have a lot. I've set in my desk. I'll give them to you.
The honourable member for Camrose has a statement to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with great sorrow to bring to the attention of the House the passing of Rosemary Imlaw after a courageous battle with cancer. Rosemary was a familiar figure to many in Flagstaff. As clan chieftain for the Flagstaff Scottish Club, Rosemary was a pillar of the popular Robbie Burns Nights and the 2 clan gatherings hosted by the Flagstaff Scottish Club in Sedgwick over the past 2 years. In 1956, Rosemary's soon-to-be husband, John, immigrated to Canada from Scotland, with Rosemary joining him just 2 years later in 1958 at the young age of 20. Since immigrating, she maintained her Scottish heritage with great pride and passion. Rosemary joined the Royal Canadian Legion in Sedgwick, where her son Grant was already a member, and it was through the Legion that she became involved in the Robbie Burns Nights. Rosemary was extremely honoured to be named Clan Chieftain of the Flagstaff Scottish Club and represented it at the first and second gathering of the Clan's Highland Festivals in 2018 and 2019 in Sedgwick. Her passion for her Scottish heritage was embraced by her son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter, all who are involved with the club. Now, on a more personal note, Rosemary and I became fast friends. At every event, she had a place for me beside her. In fact, just over 2 weeks ago, I met with her and presented her with a certificate in recognition of her achievements. My heart aches at the news of her loss. However, I know she is now at peace and is reunited with her husband, John. She will never be forgotten, and her legacy will live on forever. Foshioti Godderek Ahanam. Gaelic for may her soul rest in peace.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
Government House Leader has a notice of motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give notice of several motions. First, I rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 33 to be put on the order paper in my name. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour should be allotted to any further considerations of the bill in Committee of the Whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. I also rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 34 to be put on the order paper in my name. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour should be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. I also rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 35 to also be put on the order paper in my name. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour should be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. I also rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 36, also in my name. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour should be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 37, also to be put on the order paper in my name. Be it resolved that at a special sitting of the Assembly, be it resolved that a special sitting of the Assembly be held on Thursday, August 27, 2020, for the purpose of receiving and holding a debate on the Government of Alberta's 2020-21 first quarter fiscal and economic update, and that on that day, A, despite Standing Order 7, there is no daily routine. B, despite Standing Order 8 and 29, the only business for consideration under orders of the day is a special debate on the 2020-21 first quarter fiscal and economic update, during which the order of debate and the time limits on speaking are as follows. 1, the President, Treasury Board, and Minister of Finance may table the 2020-21 first quarter fiscal and economic update and make the first statement not exceeding 30 minutes. 2, immediately following the President, Treasury Board, and Minister of Finance statement, a member of the official opposition may make a statement not exceeding 10 minutes. 3, immediately following a statement by a member of the official opposition under subclause 2, and for a period not exceeding 60 minutes, A, members of the official opposition may ask questions on matters relevant to the 2020-21 first quarter fiscal and economic update and the statement made by the President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance, and B, the President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance or any other member of Executive Council may respond to those questions. 4, immediately following the expiry of the 60-minute period referred to in subclause 3 and for a period not exceeding 20 minutes, A, private members of the Government Caucus may ask questions on matters relevant to the 2020-21 first quarter fiscal and economic update and the statement made by the President of Treasury Board and the Minister of Finance, and B, the President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance or any other member of Executive Council may respond to those questions. 5, a member who asks a question or a member of Executive Council responds in accordance with subclause 3 or 4 is limited to a period of 2 minutes at one time to ask that question or to make a response. C, officials of the government may be seated in the Assembly during the debate to assist members of Executive Council. And D, despite Standing Order 3.1 and 4, the Assembly commences its sitting at 10 o'clock a.m. and the sitting concludes immediately after all statements and related periods for questions and responses have concluded, at which time, 1, the debate is considered concluded without decision, and 2, subject to Standing Order 3.8, the Assembly will stand adjourned until the commencement of the 2020 fall sitting.
I look forward to researching just how many August sitting days there's been here on the Legislative Assembly of Alberta. The clerk, please.
Tabling returns and reports.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table the appropriate number of copies of 2 tablings, sum total being the over 37,000 petition signers on the Hands Off My CPP petition that has been running and has been talked about a number of times in this chamber. I will add them to the baskets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland, followed by Edmonton Glenora.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the appropriate number of tablings, and it's for Jack Lewis, actually. I don't think I could have done him justice, so I would love love the ability to table this so his name can be recorded for being such a pillar in our community. Thank you.
Well, member for Edmonton Glenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the requisite number of copies of correspondence. Today I'm just tabling 30 personalized letters, but there have been thousands of signatures of deep concern regarding the government's plan, so-called plan around school reentry this fall. People here are asking questions about what happens when somebody's sick in a school, how are they going to make sure that they're safe, and about school overcrowding, just to name a few. But there are many, many more, Mr. Speaker. These are just some of them today.
Are there other tablings? The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the copies of an article from CBC entitled Northwest Territories Ignored in Alberta Monitoring Suspension Despite Agreement Leaked Emails. Deputy Environment Minister says Territory was not informed or consulted. July 13th, 2020.
Are there other tablings? Seeing none, the clerk.
Tablings to the clerk.
Honourable members, we are at points of order. And at 2:12, I believe, the Deputy Official Opposition House Leader rose on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on point of order 23I. Imputes false or unavowed motives to another member, and J uses abusive or insulting language of a nature likely to create disorder. Right at the time moment that you'd mentioned, the Premier had repeated something he'd said earlier, which was that the opposition doesn't have a plan to reopen schools, and in fact that the opposition wants to keep schools closed. And it's the wanting to keep schools closed, Mr. Speaker, which is impugning a motive to the opposition that is not correct. The official opposition has a plan to safely reopen schools based off of successful reopenings around the world, and as a result of receiving concern from parents and teachers. Now, there's lots to be said about the merits of said plan, absolutely, and I believe you would agree, Mr. Speaker, that that would be a matter of debate. But it is absolutely language likely to create disorder in this House to state that the opposition doesn't want schools to open when so much time and effort has been gone into a plan that would allow schools to safely reopen and support parents and teachers, Mr. Speaker. And it is particularly that unavowed motive, 23I, on which I rise on this point of order.
Well, I hesitate to provide the government House Leader the opportunity to respond, given my suggestion that members take into consideration page 639 of House of Commons Procedures and Practice with respect to prolonging debate and using a point of order to do so, and how that would not be appropriate. But given the circumstances, I think it's fair that the Honourable Government House Leader has the opportunity to provide some submissions, although I'm almost certain that debate is going to be extended.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you got ahead of me there, which I appreciate. This is clearly, first of all, a matter of debate. And I was going to point out your ruling of the other day where you referred to the House of Commons and Practices 639. I'll just quote one portion. A member may not direct remarks to the House or engage in a debate by raising a matter under the guise of a point of order, Mr. Speaker. You cautioned the official opposition and all members of the House about that type of a tactic last week, Mr. Speaker, and I will point out that this is exactly what is taking place here again. The Honourable Deputy Opposition House Leader did not like the debate that was taking place inside the chamber, Mr. Speaker, but there was a debate. The NDP have a plan. The Premier pointed out that from our experts' perspective, their plan would require 800 new schools, 13,500 new classrooms, and 13,000 teachers in 30 days. From his perspective, he pointed out that means the NDP clearly have a plan that means kids could not go back to school. Now, the NDP disagree with the Premier's assessment. That's a debate. I would point out to you, Mr. Speaker, there was a fairly healthy debate about that issue inside this chamber during question period, as there should be. But the NDP continue to use point of orders to try to extend debate when they're frustrated with the answers, or in particular, Mr. Speaker, when things are pointed out about the NDP's record which frustrate them. So again, I think all members of the House should be cautioned not to use point of orders in that way.
That caution has occurred. This is not a point of order. It is a matter of debate, and prolonging such is more than frustrating to the chair. This matter is dealt with and concluded. It is not a point of order. We are now at orders of the day, orders du jour.
Under public bills and orders other than government bills and orders, for second reading, Bill 204, Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act. Mr. Yao.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to speak before the Assembly, before my fellow mates here in this House. I'm pleased to rise to move in second reading Bill 204, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act. Mr. Speaker, Bill 204 is a simple act. It simply repeals the NDP's ideological Voluntary Blood Donations Act, which in itself was a very simple bill. The Voluntary Blood Donations Act only allowed Canadian Blood Services to remunerate for blood and plasma donations. And the ideology behind this isn't as noble as one would expect. Because if it were about ethics around compensating people for their plasma, the government would ban all these products from coming in from around the world, because that's how this product gets made, and that's where this product gets made. They ban these medications that are made from remunerated plasma donations. If it were about the ethics of supposedly taking advantage of a more vulnerable population, then the opposition should know the value of performing a service here in Canada where we can influence that. Again, they'll accept the product collected and processed from others, but not from Canadians. In fact, if you listen to the voices that are opposing my private member's bill, my simple repeal, Madam Speaker, you are hearing an echo from the 1990s, when the Canadian blood scandal was discovered and the Creever Commission identified the issues and the solutions. The opposition talks about the safety of the blood supply. They talk about cannibalizing donors. They talk about the evil, big, international, greedy corporations who are developing medications that we purchase for Canadians. This fearful rhetoric is really unbecoming of the House, and I hope the opposition clarifies a lot of their comments. You know, I would even challenge a woke university like Wilfrid Laurier to dissect this entire private member's bill and the entire proceedings, including the stakeholder consultations. They could even study the Senate hearings on this very issue from 2017, when Senator Pamela Wallin tried to get this to become a national bill. And I'd love to see if those students could identify the partisan and biased politics that seep into a health issue. And that's a real shame here. You would see a pattern of special interest groups that do not discuss or acknowledge the differences between the blood collection service that Canadian Blood Services does to ensure these products are available in our surgical suites, in our emergency departments, in our operating rooms. These are life-saving products that we need. And the difference between these products and the things that come from these plasma-based therapies, these medications. So numerous unions, including CUPE, Unifor, and interestingly enough, even like the New Brunswick Nurses Union, have published articles and written letters on their websites that are opposing paid plasma. And again, the interesting thing to note is that their arguments for a safe blood supply are from the 1990s, over 20 years ago. And what the opposition does to my bill does not speak about is the approximately 50,000 Canadians that rely on these plasma therapies and medications to live. They need these therapies to maintain some semblance of reasonable health. They never talk about the research and innovation that's going on around the world as we discover more things from plasma-based medications. They don't mention the thousands of issues with the blood disorders and the immune deficiency issues. They don't mention that the demand is growing for these products 5 to 10% annually as they discover new ways to make plasma into medication. And it's a shame. Now, Bill 32, by my good friend from Calgary Varsity, would dictate that union executives would have to make their members aware of issues like this prior to funding them. And I would ask that these unions that are investing in this organization like Bloodwatch evaluate that. Because Bloodwatch's mandate is to ensure a safe blood supply for Canadians. And I have never met anyone who disagrees with that. I have never met anyone who is not supportive of a safe blood supply. And that's the thing, is you look at the underlying issues, it's nothing about the safety that you're arguing about, because your arguments are weak in regards to safety. Okay? Let us be clear about that. All right? I mean, do members of these groups know that they're funding a group who is still looking for challengers? I see no challengers to Canadian Blood Services. I need someone who's questioning their methods and what they do. You know, I have If we think about the, Madam Speaker, we are in second reading now. We did our consultations with stakeholders, and one thing we found is that, again, if they were to be reviewed, as I have meticulously done, the arguments are invalid. They are from the 1990s, every one of them. They use fear, and they posture, and they try to intimidate, and it's very disappointing. But the most interesting things came from Canadian Blood Services. So admittedly, when I met with CBS privately, they didn't really commit to me either way. They simply said, well, we just need more time. When I asked more time for what, they just said, we need more time. And they would not clarify to me until they met in the committee meetings that they have serious concerns about this. But there's some interesting comments that he made. He said that, and this is Dr. Scher, he's the CEO of Canadian Blood Services, he recognizes and acknowledges that all countries, in both the public and the commercial sectors, need to collect more plasma. And he also mentions that the approach to this issue by Canadian Blood Services is based on diversification, risk mitigation, and cost efficiency, and recognizes and enables roles for both the public and commercial sectors. And finally, he mentioned that having plasma therapies sourced from both non-remunerated and the paid plasma sectors is not contradictory and is certainly not hypocritical. It is prudent risk diversification. There we go. Ultimately, he just asks for time to be reviewed and researched. And to be clear, he's right. His organization has only had 20-plus years of government support and a virtual monopoly to debate these issues. And now he wants to round up all the health ministers and have a discussion about this. And why he didn't do that 3 years ago, I don't know. And why he's concerned about a bill that is only replacing some, that was put into law a couple of years ago, you know, that's very interesting as well. Again, in typical fashion, the organization exposed themselves as a bureaucratic institution that does not emphasize the patients. It's only about justifying their work to Canadians. You know, perhaps they could review their donations, their policies on donations from gay people. Would that strike a nerve with anyone across the way? I mean, I assume that everyone across the way wholeheartedly supports Canadian Blood Services and all they do. And this is an organization that's so adept it doesn't need to move very quickly on things, including issues like that. So why don't we get them to challenge that one, provide that scientific information that dictates that, you know, this is why gay people don't donate blood. All right? This is an international issue. It's like the environment, something else you don't understand. And the minister, or the member from Edmonton-Glenora says that her bill did not discourage companies from coming in to start up plasma collection. You know, Prime Minister Trudeau says C-48 and C-69 don't impair the oil sands. Shell, come on in, put in the billions of dollars to develop. We can't guarantee you can access the product, but come on and invest your money. No, that's why Total and there are the France and Shell, the premier organization, the oil sands, left us. It's about confidence. So, again, this is an international issue. The world is being supplied by 5 nations, and the other 119 nations are not providing any plasma. In fact, they're just purchasing it from these other 5 nations. And they are like Canada. They're too self-centered, morally upright to consider what it takes to create this product. They won't have that discussion. They won't care to understand where it comes from, and they won't make the decisions. But they can turn a blind eye and give someone money and accept that medication for their patients. So, you know, there's a lot of hypocrisy here. I guess it's kind of like the folks that like to eat meat, but they don't want to know the thought of where it comes from or how it shoots a cow. You know, it's just one of those things. You know, Madam Speaker, this bill is about giving patients treatments that they require to live, and all opposed members need to wake up and see that our supply will drop if we stay the course. You know, currently our domestic supply of plasma is running the risk of dropping to under 9% by 2024. Again, what we see is growth in other areas in the plasma industry as they discover more needs for it. And again, that growth is happening at 5 to 10% annually. You know, last year we suffered a major shortage in 2019, the summer, where our immunoglobulin supply was compromised. There wasn't enough product out there. And as a result, we had a lot of Canadians who suffered a lot of hardships. Immunoglobulin patient Kate Vandermeer, she is someone I spoke to. She had to drive 2 hours when her regime changed because she couldn't access the medications that she should have desperately required. She had to drive a couple hours every time she had her treatment to survive. And that's on top of balancing some shit.
Are there any members wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Glenora. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my honour to rise in this House and speak to the importance of Canadian Blood Services and voluntary blood donation for blood components as well as whole blood in the province of Alberta. This is something that was brought into play, as the member just said, in 2017, and it was done so in response to what was happening in our country, and that was that there were money for blood companies setting up in a number of different places across Canada. And they were expressing interest in Ontario, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Alberta, New Brunswick. And as a response, folks who were involved in fighting for a safe blood supply and an adequate blood supply were starting to organize. And folks who were really focused on advocating for this, because many had experience through the tainted blood scandal a number of decades ago and became active in response through the Creever Commission. And this includes members, card-carrying members of all political stripes, including senior advisors to the Stephen Harper government, who were folks who were advocating as members, founding members of Blood Watch, for a voluntary blood supply in the country of Canada. So at the same time as we were making a decision about how we wanted to proceed, Ontario stepped up, and Ontario said that they were going to ban money for blood companies setting up in the province of Ontario, American-style donations in the province of Ontario. And that wasn't something that was just supported by a governing party or one majority party. It was supported unanimously by all MLAs or MPPs, as they are in Ontario, including many Conservative MPPs who spoke passionately to this matter. It also happened to take place in British Columbia slightly after Alberta, where British Columbia, this was brought forward, and definitely there are folks in the various parties there who are members of a variety of different political persuasions, and again, it passed unanimously in British Columbia. So this is something that other provinces have been able to show isn't a partisan issue and shouldn't be a partisan issue. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case here in Alberta. We continue to hear folks pushing for an American-style blood model, even though organizations like Blood Watch, who I have tremendous respect for, continue to be called names by the bill sponsor, and their motivation continues to be called into question. And again, many members of Blood Watch include card-carrying federal Conservatives who, one specifically advised Stephen Harper when he was Prime Minister of our country. So this isn't something that should be questioned around the motivation for wanting to ensure that we have a strong Canadian blood system, something that is, I think, a national treasure and something that we should be all very proud of. At the same time, New Brunswick and Saskatchewan decided not to put in legislation to stop money for blood, and blood that has been collected through these organizations in those two provinces. It was made clear in the committee and through other reports that we've seen through the media that blood has gone to Europe, not stayed in Canada. So definitely expanding into this area does nothing to strengthen donations for Canadian patients who I hear the members say we all care about deeply, and certainly I can tell you I do, and I'm very grateful to my everyone who donated blood in this province. That helps all patients who require blood, but specifically I'm thinking about my colleague, the member for Edmonton Riverview, who went through a number of blood transfusions in her battle with leukemia and living with leukemia and keeping her well. One of the things that we heard in committee when Canadian Blood Services was very clear that passing this bill that's being proposed here today would threaten our supply, and it would threaten our security of Canadian blood supply. One of the pieces that was made very clear is because of vertical integration. So, for example, we have people in Alberta that donate plasma, platelets, whole blood, a number of different blood components. And one of the things that we were able to do by having one blood collection agency here in the province, and that being CBS, is when the pandemic hit and there was a need to have more whole blood, CBS was able to say to their donors who typically would donate blood components, can you please consider donating whole blood at this time instead of donating one of the components, even plasma. They were able to funnel people towards donating what was most in need. One of the presenters who was invited by the bill sponsor said that she understood that there would be concerns around this happening in other parts of the blood supply. For example, whole blood, she didn't think that there should be financial remuneration for donating whole blood. She was specifically speaking to plasma. But what the bill sponsor fails to tell all of us is that his bill is about repealing the whole bill. So this isn't about plasma. This is about money for blood, whole stop, whether that's platelets, plasma, whole blood. It's about creating an environment that Americanizes our donation system here in the province of Alberta, and in turn threatens the ability for CBS to be able to meet its objectives. And while they aren't there yet, they do have a very aggressive plan on how they're going to increase plasma donations. And the heart of that plan is here in the province of Alberta. I am so proud that Edmonton continues to be the #1 donation site for blood and blood products in the country of Canada year after year after year. And one of the pieces that they've done in response to the increased demand for plasma and the medications that plasma is fundamental to providing is created a plan that has a number of new donation sites across Canada. And one of the ones that I want to highlight at this time is in the city of Lethbridge. And this is an initiative that millions of dollars have been invested in, and dozens of jobs have been created, but also that plasma is going to serve the needs of folks in Lethbridge and right across our country. And it was made very clear in the committee's considerations that CBS's overall plan for increasing capacity around plasma will be put at jeopardy if this bill moves forward. So one of the things that means is that the jobs in Lethbridge, that the investment in Lethbridge is at risk if members of this House choose to support this bill going forward, which not only impacts plasma, but impacts our entire blood supply. And again, that piece of vertical integration I think is so important for all of us to consider. So at this point, I have to say I am incredibly disappointed that the member has chosen to take his one opportunity, he's said it many times, as a private member. This is his first bill that's seen the floor of this House. And I talked to folks in Fort McMurray, I talked to folks across this province, and very few have said this is their #1 issue. In fact, the only ones who did were the ones that I went out and sought feedback from specifically to say, you might have a special consideration in this, and I'd like to know what your feedback is. Most people want to talk about jobs. Most people want to talk about COVID and our response to COVID. Most people want to talk about education and back to school and what we're going to do to make sure that kids and staff are safe. Most people want to talk about healthcare overall and what we're doing. And most people are very proud of the fact that we have a Canadian healthcare system and don't want to see it Americanized. So for the member to take this precious opportunity as a private member in being fortunate enough to be given one of the bills through the random draw that happens every year, and to take this opportunity to try to drive a political vendetta because he didn't support this bill when it came forward the first time, I don't think serves the folks of this province, or specifically for McMurray Ward Buffalo, to the best of the member's abilities. I know the member has a number of areas that he could have brought legislation forward that we probably could have supported unanimously in this place, that would have helped us see more investment on jobs, the economy, pipelines, healthcare, or education. I think these are the areas that I am most excited for private members to bring forward bills, not using this as an opportunity to try to discredit a national organization that is founded by folks who themselves were either recipients of tainted blood or the loved ones of folks who received tainted blood, who are fighting so hard for the security, the safety, and the capacity within CBS for all of us to meet our demands. So really, blood, it's in you to give. This has been a long time tagline for Canadian Blood Services, and it's something that I believe wholeheartedly in. So to continue to push for bringing in money for blood, when even folks who were brought forward to testify at the committee by the bill sponsor say they don't think it should be for all blood. They think maybe it should be for plasma. But what the member is doing here is reversing the bill completely, rather than just carving out the piece around plasma, which again, I don't think is wise, but the member is proposing to repeal the whole bill, not just the piece that he is speaking to here in the House today. And again, that vertical integration is so important, to be able to say to donors, longtime donors or first-time donors, this is what would benefit the people of our country the most, I think is short.
Any other members wishing to join debates? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my honour today to rise in this House and support the member from Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo on his private member bill 204, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act. Back on May 17th, 2019, Canadian Blood Services warned of an imminent shortage of take-home immunoglobulin, or IG, one of the most widely used medications made from human plasma. This need, then an amber issue, has only been amplified by the effects of a global pandemic. This is also not just an Albertan issue, nor just a Canadian issue. There's actually a global shortage of plasma. For those of you who don't know, immune globulin helps strengthen the immune systems of patients with a variety of genetic conditions that weaken the body's natural defenses against viruses and bacteria. Canadian Blood Services is the national blood authority that is responsible for buying and distributing plasma-derived products within Canada. People don't understand that Canada already participates in purchasing blood products through intermediary means. And shouldn't we, as Albertans, be playing a valuable role in increasing this supply? And by increasing the supply and incentivizing donations, are we not helping vulnerable members of our society receive the care that they need? There is a connection. Madam Speaker, on July 20th, the Committee of Private Bills and Private Members' Public Bills heard from stakeholders concerned with the issues of incentivizing the donation of plasma. Research done by Dr. Peter Jaworski was heard that day. His research concludes that there is a correlation between the number of paid and the number of voluntary donations. This is a complementary system that only benefits Albertans and Canadians alike. Mr. Speaker, both sides of the House can agree this is not a partisan issue. This bill will broaden our horizons and provide Albertans access to the care they so desperately need. Shortages of conventional drugs are a persistent problem in Canada, but a shortfall of immunoglobulin should be different because its producers rely on human donors. So why then do we continue to put all of our eggs in one basket? Or will we give Albertans who rely on plasma products the best opportunity that we can? We need to understand that an increase in the global supply equals an increase of Albertans' access to that supply. It is kept safe through the Canadian Blood Services and can be continued under the very same safe guidelines for all participants. This area does need governance. I understand that and agree with the members of the opposition. It needs to be reviewed. It needs to be safely worked through with legislation, but not totally blocked as it is right now. Canadian Blood Services is committed to opening 3 plasma donation centres across Canada, 3, including one in my riding, as we just heard, in Lethbridge. This is a great start, but unfortunately Canada only collects about 13% of the plasma necessary to meet the internal domestic demands. That's right, Madam Speaker, 13%. Very, very small amount. We can make the remaining demand from importing plasma, we make the remaining demand up from importing plasma from countries that support pay for plasma donation. If we move away from this, will 3 donation centres in Alberta be enough? We have seen how unforeseen circumstances can wreak havoc on trade. Our borders can be closed at a moment's notice, Madam Speaker. That is why a long-term, sustainable solution to this plasma supply problem would be by supporting this bill and allowing compensation for donation so that we can continue to increase the supply to that global need. The only countries that are self-sufficient in plasma around the entire world are those that pay. Paid plasma in the United States are responsible for 60% of the medication used to make up plasma-based medicines in the world, 60% from one nation. The argument we keep hearing from the members of the opposition is that our single public voluntary system has served Albertans well for decades. But has it? It has not met. It has not grown to meet supply. From consultations with stakeholders, it has remained clear to me that Albertans are at a need for plasma and plasma-based medicines. Alberta and Canada need to know that they will not face shortages in this life-saving medication that they need. If we look towards building a safer, more reliant, self-reliant Alberta, we must look at how we can stand up if our borders were to be forced closed due to unforeseen circumstances. We must not be reliant on the whims of other countries. And we must not be forced to compete for those products at auction to the highest bidder. We must help with the supply if we are to meet that much-needed demand. Madam Speaker, the combined compensation and uncompensated model has already proved to work in countries such as the USA, Austria, and Germany. Repealing the Voluntary Blood Act will give Albertans a chance of becoming self-sufficient, safely and soon, which is what we need. So I myself would encourage all members of this House to support the member from Wood Buffalo, Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, in supporting his bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to Private Member's Bill 204. I always appreciate the contributions of the member from Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, the incredible depth of thought that he puts into crafting his arguments, the careful attention to consistency of thought, and of course, most of all, the deep respect he always shows in bringing those forward in the House. Now, the member, when he was speaking, he spoke of ideology, and he spoke of hypocrisy, saying, because we're willing to accept products that are produced in the U.S., why would we oppose such products being created here? This is an argument we're hearing echoed from many members of the government. Indeed, the member for Lethbridge East just stood and talked about how last May there was a shortage of plasma. He says, are we not, with this legislation, with this repeal, helping vulnerable people receive the help they need? Well, I can answer that question for him, Madam Speaker. No, he's not. And the government is not achieving that with this repeal. He talked of a complementary system that would supplement supply, an increase in global supply meeting an increase in Canadians' access. He talked about how borders being closed at any time could cut us off from supply, and that we must not be forced to bid at auction for needed supply. But this bill does not guarantee that in any way. It does not make that provision. It does not provide that protection. Indeed, the member himself admitted that this is an area that needs governance, that needs review, that needs legislation, yet all we have is this mere slip of a bill that reflects the member for Calgary Wood Buffalo's own vendetta in ideology. Because there is an utter lack of thought behind this bill. There is an utter lack of effort. If this member truly wanted to bring forward something that would actually address this problem, he would bring forward actual solutions. He would bring forward actual protections for that collection. He would bring forward something that actually guaranteed that that paid plasma collected would actually be here in Canada, because right now there is no such guarantee, Madam Speaker. And until there is such a guarantee, all of their words ring hollow, and all of their claims are without merit. It will not do a thing to improve the supply of plasma in Canada, and he can offer no guarantee that it would. Indeed, we know that that is in fact currently the case, that the majority of plasma that is collected here in Canada leaves Canada and does not come back. Paid plasma through Canadian Blood Services or Resources. Now, Ms. Kat Lantain, the Executive Director of Blood Watch, which this member refers to as an extreme advocacy group. I'm sure he'll stand up and provide us with his full conspiracy theory, perhaps on how they're funded by George Soros. Because that's the level of debate that we seem to get from this government when it comes to anybody who chooses to disagree with them. Bloodwatch.org is in fact a nonpartisan organization that advises on blood policy, co-founded by tainted blood survivors, and they said clearly when they had the opportunity in front of this committee that repealing this bill does not in any way mitigate our dependence on the U.S. supply chain. It does not secure in any way, as I just said, any more plasma for patients in Canada. That was echoed by Curtis Brandel, the president of the Canadian Hemophilia Society. He likened it to 3M respirators, sort of saying, if, well, we just simply put those up for sale to anybody in the world, there's no guarantee that they remain here and are available for people in Canada. Indeed, the only way that we're going to ensure, he said, that there's more domestic supply is if somewhere in this bill you actually compel the private companies that are paying for plasma here in Canada to sell domestically within Canada, within Alberta. This member did not see fit to include any such provision. Now, there is perhaps a suggestion that the government intends at some point to bring forward actual regulation or legislation. I would suggest that if that was the case, then maybe this member could have had a little patience and waited to bring forward a bill that actually completed the job instead of this half measure. If he wants to actually solve the problem, then members solve the problem through you, Madam Speaker. What he has brought forward is simply tearing the doors open for private profit on the collection of plasma with no guarantees that that will actually benefit anybody, not unlike this government's Bill 30, Madam Speaker. This government seems to have an obsession with finding ways to increase the opportunities for American-style private profit in the middle of our public health system and provide next to no, indeed in Bill 30, they also strip away protections of the public system. That this member brings forward just simply this repeal bill with no thought to the effect or no thought to actually making sure this would actually benefit any Albertan or any Canadian says all we need to know about this government's view. Indeed, as Mr. Brandel noted, there's one company currently operating in Canada, Canadian Plasma Resources, and all of the plasma they collect is shipped off to a single company, Biotest, in Germany. All that medication that is produced by Biotest then goes off to other places in the world for medications. At this point, Canadian Blood Services, this is a direct quote from Mr. Brandel, doesn't have any contract with Biotest, so none of that medication has come back to Canada. So this member says he wants to make more plasma available in Canada. This bill does not do that. This bill does not guarantee that. The member cannot in any way say that he is making that possible. He could say maybe, but there is no guarantee. There is no provision. This member wants to throw the doors open for more plasma to be collected, shipped out of Canada, and to never come back. And if that is not the member's intention, then perhaps he should amend his bill. As Mr. Brandel said, indeed, they're not increasing the supply at all. In fact, they're depleting the supply. Indeed, as Canadian Blood Services is attempting to build up the public supply, because Canadian Blood Services, they do guarantee that what they collect stays here in Canada. So this is no way what these members are proposing and what would be achieved by this bill, a complementary system. It adds nothing. It makes no contribution to the Canadian supply. And again, if that is the member's intent, they could very easily put in a simple clause here requiring that any plasma purchased from Albertans must be sold to or remain in Canada. Or that those products that are developed with it must come back to Canada. But either they cannot, in which case there is no point in bringing this forward because they are doing nothing to assist, or they will not, and then one has to ask, what is their point? What is their reason? Indeed, even one of the government's own witnesses, Ms. Whitney Goulstone, of the Executive Director of the Canadian Immunodeficiencies Patient Organization, admitted that there is growing mounting pressure for global supply. Asian markets are demanding more. 2018 patients reported product being unavailable for pickup in the US, the UK. So these members want to throw open the floodgates to pay people for plasma here and ship it out of Canada with no guarantee it will come back at a time when there is increasing global demand. When we have public models like Hema Quebec, that is building capacity here in Canada. When we have Canadian Blood Services, indeed, opening opportunities here. Plasma Center that's opening the doors in Sundre this summer. They needed 500 donors, was noted at committee. They got 1,000, Madam Speaker. And they're expecting similar outcomes here in Alberta. This government likes to talk about how generous Albertans are, how willing we are to give, how we go above and beyond for no personal reward. It's one of the excuses like to use for not providing proper public funding for many services, Madam Speaker, but apparently they don't believe that's true for plasma donations. That is why, Madam Speaker, I will be voting against Bill 204. If this government truly, if this member truly wants to solve the problem, then let them do some actual homework and present an actual bill which takes some actual steps to introduce actual regulation to actually solve the problem, rather than this grandstanding piece of personal grudge. Because right now, I see no effort having been made by him here to actually address the root problem, which is unfortunately the case with so much of the legislation that's brought forward from this government. A lot of hollow grandstanding and not an awful lot of attempt to fix a problem.
Hey, members, to join debate on Bill 204, the Honourable Member for Camrose.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to rise in the House today and speak to Bill 204, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act. I want to first begin by expressing my gratitude to my honourable colleague, the member from Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, for all his hard work on Bill 204. My honourable colleague had previously mentioned that a secure supply of plasma is a cornerstone of modern 21st century healthcare system. He is indeed correct. Our government ran on a promise to cut red tape and to improve healthcare in our province, and Albertans elected us to bring those positive changes to healthcare. This is one of those positive changes. Bill 204 would repeal the Voluntary Blood Donations Act, a bill passed in 2017 by the previous NDP government which banned everyone except for Canadian Blood Services for paying for plasma and other blood products. Whitney Goulstone, the Executive Director of Canadian Immunodeficiencies Patient Organization, CIPO, stated that this past summer, Canada experienced its first ever immune globulin shortage, and she called upon our government to reverse the Voluntary Blood Donations Act and enable Albertans to contribute to the IG supply. Immune globulin is the main product used from human plasma, which at this time can only be voluntarily donated with the Canadian Blood Services. Madam Speaker, it would be a disservice to neglect to mention that Canada imports 84% of its blood plasma. With restrictions like the Voluntary Blood Donations Act, we're becoming increasingly reliant on imports from countries that remunerate those who give their plasma. 90% of the world's plasma comes from the United States, Germany, Austria, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. We know from the law of supply and demand that low supply and high demand increases price. We saw it happen with personal protective equipment and sanitization products in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the same thing is happening with plasma. The dependence on a small number of countries, 5 to be exact, creates serious health risks. This is especially true in light of recent studies that use convalescent plasma as a possible treatment for patients fighting COVID-19. There are significant shortages of plasma, especially here at home. Health Canada states that demand for immune globulins increases 6 to 10% every year. The demand cannot be met without remuneration, and that is abundantly clear. Voluntary remunerated plasma collection, otherwise known as VRPC, means that individuals are paid either in cash, through reimbursement, or in kind to give plasma at their own free will. Incentivizing the donation of plasma will increase Canada's contribution to the global supply that we are so reliantly heavily on. The 5 countries we currently buy plasma from all have large stockpiles due to an increase of individuals donating and they pay those same individuals for doing so. It doesn't make sense to purchase products from foreign paid plasma, but to refuse to allow Albertans to contribute in the same way. But it is certainly interesting that the NDP members are reacting without looking deeper into the facts. It comes as no surprise, since they have shown time and time again that they are not focused on facts, but rather on emotions and political games, rather than debating merits on a bill on the basis of facts. I will, however, present some facts so that the members opposite can educate themselves on the merits of this bill. It appears as though the NDP members are intentionally trying to mislead the public by saying this bill will Americanize our healthcare system. This fallacious claim contradicts the very evidence that they are presenting themselves. On July 15th, the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood, stated that Bill 204 is basically the selling off of blood. You could argue again, privatizing of blood services, right? There's this continued pattern from this government of moving away from public good. It is true, interesting, that the member believes that because Austria and Germany, two leading countries in healthcare, the latter of which has the oldest universal healthcare system established in 1883, both allow remuneration for plasma donation. German citizens and legal residents of Germany are entitled to free, medically necessary public health care. However, Madam Speaker, despite having free universal health care in Germany, monetary compensation is permitted not only for plasma donations, but for whole blood donations. I'd also like to point out that former Health Minister, the member from Edmonton Glenora, stated that the UCP wants to bring in an American-style blood donation system, just like they want to turn our public health care system into a corporate-driven American-style two-tier system. Surely, the member is aware from her research when she wrote the Voluntary Blood Donations Act that in Austria, all citizens and residents are entitled to free, basic health care and that plasma donations are remunerated. It is certainly interesting that the NDP are believing their own fallacies. On the issue of Americanization, I must observe that Canada already heavily reliant on plasma of American donations. If anything, Bill 204 would de-Americanize supply. But Madam Speaker, I won't spend any more time on discussing why the NDP are wrong. After all, the evidence speaks for itself. The reality is that plasma is used to save lives. It's used in our medication, health research, treatments, among others. This bill is a step in the right direction, one that allows Albertans to contribute to the global supply of a product that patients in Alberta and across the country rely on. Madam Speaker, my whole family, and in particular, my father, are extremely proud of the fact that I'm speaking in support of this legislation. As I stated previously, there are many people who require medications made from plasma and are alive today as a result of it. This is not an Americanization of our healthcare system, like the NDP are trying to make it out to be. Any attempt to discredit this bill by using fear tactics perpetuated by the NDP is a disservice to not only our democracy or to debate, but also to the continued development of Alberta's healthcare system. It's quite simple. The reality is that this bill will save lives, and I encourage all of my honourable colleagues to put politics aside, stop the fear-mongering, and vote in support of this bill. Madam Speaker.
Switching to join debate on Bill 204, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to join the debate on Bill 204. And of course, we know that this bill is really a very thin document. It's just a repeal of a previous bill that was passed by our government regarding the Voluntary Blood Donation Act. So it's really, there's no vision here. It's just stopping something that was done before. You know, it would have been nice if the government had seen fit to actually share their vision instead of just saying, no, we don't want anything in this bill. But instead they don't. They don't do anything. All they do is say, we want to repeal this bill. So, that's obviously a pretty limited view, and I would say, well, why are they doing this? Who's going to benefit? That's an important question whenever you're looking at policy, is to understand who benefits. Asking that question is key, because that often helps you understand what drives the decision. So I guess I think, will Canadians benefit from this? Will Albertans benefit from this? And from certainly being part of the Private Members' Bills Committee, I sat through many presentations, heard discourses on both sides regarding their views, and it doesn't benefit Canadians or Albertans. That's what I see. What it does benefit is the commercial plasma industry. So it's going to benefit big business. And we know that we want to make sure, of course, I think no one would argue on either side of the aisle, that we want to make sure that our blood system, our plasma donations, other kinds of blood products, that they're safe for sure. And that's one of the key issues with the repeal of this bill, because it does open us up to being vulnerable. And certainly two of the presenters are Curtis Brandel and Kat Lantine from Blood Watch. Actually wrote an opinion editorial in the Edmonton Journal regarding some grave concerns about the industry. And so I'm just going to read from that document. It says, controlling our plasma collection as a public resource means Canada will eventually become less dependent on the for-profit blood industry, an industry which profits off of poor and vulnerable populations, an industry which is known for predatory and unethical business practices. Countries around the world have launched large-scale domestic plasma collection strategies to become self-sufficient. And that's what we're doing here in Canada with the Canada Blood Services. We're moving so that we are collecting more plasma. We all agree, again, not only that we want a safe supply, but we all agree we want to increase the amount of plasma we have in Canada. There's no doubt that we need more. So it's so important that we do that in the most prudent way possible. And as I've just said, by people who are really experts in this area. They have grave concerns about the corporate plasma industry. So we know that this law that was passed, that is being repealed in Bill 204, had broad support from the public because it protected the donor base in our province. And since then, the Alberta government, which is part of the Pan-Canadian Provincial Coalition that funds Canadian Blood Services at arm's length, approved a national plasma strategy. So, some time ago, people already understood that more needs to be done. It needs to be done on a national scale. So that is already underway quite significantly, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. So, as I've said, of course, the most important issue is that we all can agree on that we want to increase plasma collection in Canada so we can be more self-sufficient. Working with our national organization, Canada Blood Services, is the best way to guarantee that plasma is collected for Albertans and Canadians. It's the very best way, because we can be assured that the plasma that is collected will stay in Canada and will be for us here. And of course, we know that from the presenters at the Private Members' Bill Committee, that there is no guarantee of that with the collection privately, the paid collection. It goes to international companies in Germany, for example, fractionators there, and they don't sort of guarantee that it's coming back to Canada. They're taking it and they're sending it away. And so that's, a key issue, because we want what was collected to be used in Canada. We want to make sure our system is strong. And so giving it, or being paid, and Canadians being paid to give it to these private companies does not secure that. So anything that you hear from members opposite saying that it does. That's false. We heard that time and time again from the presenters at the committee. And of course, what we want to do is make sure that there's an increased supply here in Canada. We know that Canada Blood Services has a strategy for expansion of plasma collection. First of all, just want to say that here in Alberta, here in Edmonton Riverview, the riding I have the honor to represent, we have the busiest location of blood collection in the whole country. So we do a tremendous job here in Alberta already. And we're moving to open a site in Lethbridge in the fall for specific plasma collection. So of course, Canada Blood Services does understand that we need to expand that. And then there's 2 other sites too, one in Kelowna and Sudbury, that are also going to be expanding so that they will be making sure that they're taking donations of plasma. And I mean, this is the beginning of the strategy, and I mean, I think that they realize the issues and they want to make sure that Canadians and Albertans have plasma for the needs they have. So we know that private blood plasma brokers don't help Canada's supply chain. They deplete it by taking qualified donors out of our public system. So those people who may donate to us are now going to be donating for people in, other places internationally. That plasma is not secured for us here. We know 100% of private collection of plasma is exported and does not increase supply in Canada. And again, I'll just reiterate this because it's such an important point that, I asked this question of, the presenters. Question was asked several times, and each time it was asked, will that blood help Canadian supply? It was like, well, no, it goes into the international market, and it's, we don't have any opportunity to have that come back to us. So we're losing, our good donors that could, increase the Canadian system, so depleting our own donors here. And so that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. We want to help Alberta and Canada increase their plasma supply. And of course, whenever, anything important is done, sort of that impacts our nation, our provinces, of course, have their jurisdiction. The federal government has its jurisdiction, but certainly working collaboratively and understanding how, one area's rules impact another is key to sort of a well-functioning country. And so Alberta, just acting on its own to, allow private companies to come in, will create a bit of havoc in our country as a whole, because there's different rules in different provinces. And we want, certainly as a nation, we want that people from Newfoundland to, Northwest Territories to BC and all the places in between to make sure that Canadians are all treated fairly and equally. And I certainly stand strongly as someone who believes in the Federation of Canada and wanting very much for us to make sure that there is sort of a process that's fair across our country. So of course, Canada Blood Services, this arm's length agency who does exceptional work to make sure our blood supply is safe and make sure that we have the supplies that we need, is of course tasked with leading this. And they spoke very clearly, very clearly. They weren't on the fence at all. They spoke very clearly against this motion to repeal the earlier bill about voluntary blood supply in Canada, in Alberta. And they said it will cause tremendous difficulty for them in terms of them being able to ensure Canadians have the supply they need.
Any other members wishing to debate on Bill 204? The Honourable Member for Calgary Cross.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here today and speak to Bill 204. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo for tabling this very important piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, Bill 204 is an important step in creating a more functional
reliable, and safer healthcare system that will allow Albertans to reduce our reliance on foreign donors for important medical supplies. Now, the NDP's introduction of Bill 3, the Voluntary Blood Donations Act, was fueled, in my mind, by ideological beliefs and that government intervention needs to be the be-all, end-all when it comes to finding solutions for this area. The vision here is to really make life-saving plasma more widely available. Repealing Bill 3 can only result in more supply, and any other conclusion and any other outcome is simply speculation. Bill 3 was a myopic bill driven by rigid partisan beliefs and a severe phobia of private sector investment. Ironically, Madam Speaker, Bill 3 didn't even achieve the basic purpose for which it set out to do. While banning paid plasma donations in Alberta, it failed to address the issue of Canada's reliance on plasma from compensated American donors. Yes, Madam Speaker, the reality is that we still buy plasma from American donors, yet we can't do that here. Blood plasma is used in thousands of operations and saves lives every day. It is used to provide pharmaceutical products, medical therapies, and to treat trauma, shock, and burn victims. Our country is so reliant on the United States that we receive 80% of our supply from there. And so to simplify the problem for everybody here, Madam Speaker, we need plasma. We have a huge base of donors. We have the technology, we have the skills, we have the expertise to collect it safely, and yet we still need to buy it from somewhere else. Considering the state of the world of affairs at this moment, this is a scary statement. Countries all across the world are battling the COVID-19 pandemic and are worried about the state of their healthcare system and their economy. Now, we could speculate about any number of events that have the potential to negatively impact our healthcare system. And Canadian patients who rely on plasma would be the ones to suffer most. But let's not speculate for a moment. Let's look at facts. Let's look at real-world situations. Did we forget a similar example that happened just a few months ago? Back in April, Madam Speaker, Canadians saw firsthand how fragile our healthcare system and our foreign supply chains can be. This is not an implausible situation. Did we forget when US President Trump ordered manufacturing giant 3M to cease production and delivery of N95 masks to Canada? Are we so naive as to believe that other countries will continue to send us life-saving supplies if they themselves need them more? We need to create a reliable domestic supply. Madam Speaker, Bill 204 aims to repeal the poorly thought out Bill 3. It does nothing, Bill 3 does nothing to diversify the global supply and continues our reliance on foreign donors, which puts Canadian patients at incredible risk. Considering the importance and the medical significance of plasma, it is crucial that Alberta continues and contributes to supply of this product. It is incredibly hypocritical to be lamenting the idea of compensating plasma donors when we already do so, and we are already heavily dependent on the same system. The NDP argues that repealing this bill is a safety concern and says that compensating donors is wrong. And this is a moot point, Madam Speaker, because the vast majority of our plasma comes from places where donor compensation is the norm. The US compensates its donors for plasma. Other jurisdictions do so as well. What makes them any more competent than us? As much as the NDP bash the American healthcare system, the reality is that what they seem to think is that importing plasma from America is a safer alternative to donations made by Albertans. Support for paid plasma donations is not a fringe or a radical idea. It is in fact the opposite. The majority of Albertans see past this fear and believe that compensation of plasma is morally appropriate. 63% of Canadians and 65% of Albertans support compensation, and one of the loudest critics of Bill 3, believe it or not, was then Liberal leader Dr. David Swan. Now, I want to quote Liberal leader Dr. David Swan because I think he has it right here. He said, quote, "Systems allowing for paid plasma donations have had success in other jurisdictions without any of the adverse effects that the NDP are raising as justifications for this bill," in speaking about Bill 3. The reality of the situation, Madam Speaker, is that there isn't a country on earth that is completely self-sufficient in plasma supply through an exclusively volunteer-based donor system. Donating plasma is an incredibly altruistic act, and it helps to save lives, and I encourage all Canadians and all Albertans to donate when they can. But the reality is there are costs, there are risks, and there are fears associated with donating, and compensation would help to mitigate some of those issues that may be holding some of those donors back. Not all clinics are open on weekends, and so many donors have to take the day off work, and potentially the next day if they're not feeling well. Bill 204 would allow these clinics to compensate Albertans that took time out of their busy schedules and to potentially save lives. It would also allow those clinics to operate on weekends if they had the demand to do so. David Page, the National Director of Health Policy at the Canadian Hemophilia Society, has once said, quote, "For some people, an incentive of being altruistic is enough, but it's not enough for enough people in terms of plasma. We would love to have everyone donating freely and without compensation, if that were possible, but it is not," end quote. It is important that we are pragmatic in situations like this, because Canadians are known for their generosity, but we need to generate a supply large enough to provide for all Canadians in need. Currently, we're only able to source 13 to 14% of our plasma needs domestically, and demand is on the rise, as many of my colleagues have mentioned earlier. Health Canada has closely studied this issue and already tightly regulates all matters within this jurisdiction. I can see no justification for being opposed to the changes being proposed by the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. Repealing Bill 3 is not only an important step in this right direction, but it'll have the added benefit of opening up a wider conversation on the issue and raising awareness among all Albertans. Madam Speaker, this is legislation that will allow Albertans to contribute to the global supply and make Alberta less reliant on foreign sources. We cannot let hysteria block this potentially life-saving bill. I therefore encourage all of my members in this House on both sides to support this bill when the vote comes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I see the Honourable Member from Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to move to 1-minute bells for the remainder of this afternoon.
Having heard that motion, 1-minute bells for the remainder of the afternoon. I will ask one question and one question only. Is anyone opposed to unanimous consent? Hearing none, so granted. Are there any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 204? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to rise to speak to Private Member's Bill 204. Always happy in this House to debate bills that are brought forward by private members, and I think it's important that private members who do bring measures forward for debate do so knowing that they are bringing forward the most pressing matters before this legislature that they possibly could, given the representation of their constituents and the province in general. Now, with respect to this matter, of course, it's an important matter. However, in terms of the issues facing us today, right at this moment, in the middle of a pandemic, one wonders if indeed this measure was the most pertinent that the Honourable Member could have brought forward, especially coming from an area that is so directly affected by loss of employment, and during the pandemic, it's exceedingly tough right across the province. But right now, his constituents and those all across Alberta are very, very worried about going back to school, our children going back to school, and doing so safely. And of course, it's a debate that's going on in this House. Was quite active during question period this afternoon, Madam Speaker, as to how that would be done safely, as to whether or not we believe that would be the case. And there's private member's bill that we're talking about right now doesn't necessarily reflect the important issues that we potentially could have otherwise been discussing right now. However, be that as it may, the blood supply in Canada, of course, is an important issue. I will tell this House that this past week I donated whole blood for the 37th time, and I'm not saying that to crow about it. In fact, I'm mentioning that to rather condemn myself, because in fact, if indeed I had been voluntarily giving to the maximum that I possibly could over the time frame that I was eligible to donate, given that one is eligible to donate blood starting at age 18, and given my current age, it's about 44 years of eligibility. If you're able, as a male, to donate once every 56 days, slightly longer period of time between donations for women, but roughly 6 times a year, you're able to donate whole blood. And if indeed I had taken advantage of all those opportunities, Madam Speaker, I would have donated 240 to 250 times so far, rather than simply the 37 times that I've donated right now. So what that tells me, Madam Speaker, is there's a whole lot of blood out there that Canadians could be donating. And we've heard from many speakers from the government side of the House stating that indeed no jurisdiction in the world can reliably obtain the plasma, the whole blood donations that are required to meet demand simply by relying upon voluntary donations. Therefore, automatically the presumption is that we need to pay for blood donations. Well, in fact, what we're missing is a real good analysis of whether that in fact is the case. I would posit, Madam Speaker, that given even the one simple example that I've made, where there's been approximately 200 donations sort of left on the table over the course of my donation eligibility period, multiplied by the number of Canadians who are eligible to donate, we would be supplying a good part of the world with plasma if indeed all of us voluntarily took advantage of the opportunities we have 6 times a year to donate our blood and not to be paid for it. So it begs the question, Madam Speaker, what is indeed the fix that is needed to encourage Canadians, and not only Canadians, but people globally, to exercise what I think is a civic responsibility to donate blood, so that the individuals across the planet who require those blood products and that are the products that are derived from plasma will have a safe, secure supply without ceding control over this supply to multinational corporations who will suit their own purposes in determining where that supply goes. So that's something I think is really needing more explanation and more exploration and proper analysis, because I think we hastened too quickly to jump to the conclusion that a paid donation system is the only answer to the global shortage of blood products. And I think fairly simple mathematics would bear out that there's no shortage of actual supply, given the number of available eligible donors in any given country, Canada included. It's a matter of there not being a very well expressed need for the supply that's required. Is an education problem that we've got in the country, and I think that's something that we as a country nationally should be addressing very much more than we have, to ensure that our blood supply is seen as a critical element of our healthcare system, and that we have, in fact, a duty to donate our blood. And that education, I believe, to ensure that Canadians realize what, in fact, the demand is for whole blood and blood products, and a more detailed analysis of what, in fact, happens to blood and plasma and how it's manufactured into medicines. That type of analysis is something that most Canadians are totally unaware of. And I believe, honestly, that if indeed Canadians were really properly informed about the need for a much greater volume of blood donations voluntarily given, that as members opposite have already stated, we Canadians like to look after ourselves. We respond to a need for helping each other out when it's properly explained, once it's fully and properly understood, and once the collection system is more widely available beyond the larger centres that it already exists in right now through Canadian Blood Services. My honest belief, Madam Speaker, is that we would be able to supply ourselves more than readily with the blood products we need, and we also be able to contribute to the global supply and sell our excess blood products on that market that the government members so willingly want to supply with the paid donations from Canadians. So that's the major thought that comes to mind when I'm trying to put myself in the position of Albertans listening to this debate. And they're wondering aloud how indeed we can't be supplying ourselves with blood products when in fact there's certainly enough blood flowing in our veins should we know what the demand is and be willing to donate on a timely basis in a routine way from an early age to late adulthood. The supply certainly wouldn't be a problem. And that's what we're talking about here, Madam Speaker, is the supply of plasma, supply of whole blood products, and how best to increase it so that it meets the demand and we don't end up with a critical shortage. So if indeed this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, did anything to actually increase the blood supply and plasma supply in this country, then it may lend some credence to the legislation. However, all it does is simply erase the legislation that was passed by our government to ban the paid donations. Yet, in fact, it goes nowhere as to guaranteeing that plasma collected under a paid scheme that the government so dearly wants to put in place would stay in Canada and serve Canadians. So I know that there was a member from the Hemophiliac Society who was recently giving testimony at a committee, Private Members Bills Committee, talking about this very issue, Mr. Brandel. And he indicated in response to a question from one of the members that there would be a higher donation percentage in a paid scheme. And Mr. Brandel said, of course there is and I quote, there's definitely a higher percentage of people that are donating because you're paying people to donate their plasma. The problem is that you lose the control over where the plasma goes. And if you look at those jurisdictions and you have a look at the amount of plasma that is actually retained within their own blood system and the amount of plasma that's shipped overseas, you'll see that the amount of plasma actually drops off. So the goal that the government has, Mr. Speaker, of increasing the plasma supply by instituting a system of paid donations is in fact false logic, and the opposite actually happens.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to speak to Bill 204? The honourable member from Drumheller-Stettler, followed by Edmonton Rutherford, should time allow.
Speaker, it's an honor to rise today and provide some comments on Bill 24. As it's been stated by my colleagues, this is a repeal of Bill 3 from 2017. A straight repeal, a pretty simple piece of legislation. Bill 3 was passed into law in 2017, and at that time it was opposed by the United Conservative Party, the Alberta Liberals, as has been stated, The Alberta Party and the lone PC independent, as it was not seem to be conducive to a stronger health system. I didn't have the pleasure of holding this chair in 2017, but I do recall the debate briefly and on the news, and it seemed to be a lot about isn't Albertans' blood good enough to be paid if it is in other jurisdictions? I do recall some of that debate at the time. But being a layperson and not familiar with a lot of how this works, I had the pleasure to sit on the Private Bills Committee and listen to the 6 stakeholders in the debate. And I guess the first thing that took me back in our first presentation was a technical brief from the ministry, and they made it clear that as it sits today, we've heard some numbers that are all similar or close, but the projection was that as of this year, 87% of plasma products would have to be purchased or outsourced from the international community, mostly the United States. And what was even more, what I recall thinking was even more troubling was the trend line. It was also made clear that they expected that to go up by 1% a year for the next 4 years. So by 2023, the ministry suspected that we would have to import 91% of these plasma products. So at the onset, it provided a definite trend line of what direction this is taking. We definitely have a need for these products. As it's been stated, I believe Canada is the second highest purchaser of these products per capita. So this is something that we consume on a large scale per capita. I just wanted to take note. A few of the members opposite have commented on the maybe the motives of the member from Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo for bringing this important private bill forward, and we're making claims that perhaps it wasn't a pertinent issue with all that's going on in the world today. And I know if you sat in this committee and listened to these patient-based stakeholder groups that we're begging for this to be repealed. Just for everyone in the chamber, it takes 1,200 plasma donations to treat one patient with hemophilia for a year, and 130 plasma donations to treat one patient with primary immune deficiency for a year. So you get a sense of the weight of this issue for those 50,000 or more Canadians that are living with it. A few of the other points that I kept with me through the Private Bills Committee was the reliance of the globe on the United States to supply these products. Even though the United States is only 5% of the global population, they provide the world with 70% of these plasma-based products. So there was a general sense that Canada and Canadians, and especially those living with these debilitating lifelong diseases that need these products, wanted to be part of the solution, be helpful. They felt that there's an overarching supply issue that they wanted to be part of, and that this bill would help with that. That the voluntary bill from 2017 stopped them from doing. So as it sits now, 90% of the world's plasma supply comes from a few nations, specifically the US, Germany, Austria, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. And all of these countries allow for remunerated plasma donations. The uncompensated donation rate to national agencies in these countries is higher than in countries that don't allow for remuneration. And I remember thinking that seemed kind of counterintuitive in the Private Bills Committee as well. And there were a few anecdotal tales that perhaps having a paid stream for plasma could potentially lessen the voluntary whole blood donations. And as we fleshed it out through the different stakeholders, we found that was actually incorrect. And the stakeholders that did provide hard data, like Dr. Peter Jaworski from Georgetown University, they had found that with paid plasma donations, For every 100 paid plasma donations, they found 8 to 10 more voluntary whole blood donations. And I think the question was asked of him, well, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. And he said, well, it's about awareness. He said these bring awareness campaigns to donation in general. And he said that statistic has been found around the world when they bring paid plasma programs in. A few of the other things I wanted to clear up, just because I did have the opportunity to sit on this committee and listen to the stakeholders. I know the member from Edmonton Glenora had made a statement previous that by repealing this entire bill, this was going to bring forward, I think she said, Americanized paying for whole blood donations. And I was in the committee and I asked that question of a couple different stakeholders, is that in any way a realistic outcome? And they all said absolutely not. That wasn't the case before 2017. That isn't the case anywhere around the world. In fact, the U.S., while they're supplying 70% of these plasma products to the globe, they concurrently have a volunteer, robust system for whole blood that serves their people well. A couple other things that I wanted to clear up that have been brought forward today by the members opposite. The statement that none of these products were being purchased back by Canadian Blood Services. And I found that kind of interesting. Canadian Blood Services is going out to purchase these products. What we found out later, I think it was our last stakeholder, some of the companies that do operate and do this fractionating and upgrading of these products have attempted to sell to Canadian Blood Services a couple of different times at below market value and have been denied each time by Canadian Blood Services. Didn't provide any more details than that. Perhaps it could be to keep this narrative going that by allowing for paid plasma services, you're not really helping the situation here for Canadians. But in truth, we don't know what the potential is for this, but we know that it has to help. There's no way of looking at this bill and the problems that are facing the supply of plasma products around the globe that it can't help. So as I said, I didn't have a lot of background in this before the group, but as a layperson, when I listened to the ministry's briefing and then the stakeholders, I found myself asking a few questions before I decided that I wanted to support this bill and the member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. But I wanted to know, is it safe? The one group, Blood Watch, that was one of their concerns. I was satisfied that was debunked by Canadian Blood Services, by every other group. They all said that this is entirely safe, and it would be ridiculous to say anything other than that. The other question I wanted to ask myself was, will it jeopardize the voluntary whole blood donation system that we all know and love in this country? And that was frankly debunked too, and found to be quite the opposite, that it would actually maybe encourage more whole blood donations by bringing awareness. And lastly, I wanted to ask myself, will it help the overarching supply problem globally? Will will Albertans get to feel like they're helping the overarching problem? And yes, I believe it does. And it will also provide opportunity later within the province for who knows where it'll take us, but it'll be in a positive place. So back to the question from 2017, is Albertans' blood as good as our neighbors? I think it is, and I think no matter how you look at this bill, it is helpful and thoughtful, and I thank the member.
The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford would like to provide some remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this private member's motion and to speak to some of the concerns that I have. I first want to say that I am absolutely in favor of blood donations. I think it's an extremely important part of being a a member of a civil society that you would take the time to donate blood. In fact, I had donated 47 units, either whole or plasma, by the time I was about 30, and would have continued to do so throughout my life. But unfortunately, I, along with thousands of, perhaps millions of Canadians, have a blood type protein that tends to trigger tests by blood service. And when they do the more sophisticated test on the blood, of course, they realize it's perfectly fine. But they had to eliminate a significant number of us from their services because it was too expensive to do the secondary test. And so if your blood happened to trigger the first test, then you were just told, please don't donate because it costs us too much to check you out before we actually use your blood. And that speaks to what I think is the underlying issue here, that I don't like this bill because I think it's lazy. And the reason why I think it's lazy is that there is much that could have been done in this bill to address the actual underlying issues of blood in this province. But what this government has chosen to do through their private member is simply to retract a previous bill without putting any effort into looking at what are the problems that you don't like with the previous bill, and how would you resolve any of those problems. There's not a single attempt to identify a problem and problem resolution process. It's simply an attempt to withdraw a bill that was not liked on purely ideological grounds. And I'm very discouraged to hear speeches such as the one given by the member from Camrose, written by the boys in short pants in the back room, that really has spent all of its time to just disparage people on our side of the House rather than addressing the issues that are inherent. Because I think there are fundamental issues that could have been dealt with here in this bill. And I'm going to take whatever time I happen to have left to talk about some of the things that could have been done had they put in the effort to try to do things. And the first one that I want to speak about is the fact that blood is essential in terms of health care for a great number of people in our society. But blood is not always necessary. Once we have learned the mechanisms that occur within blood that allow us to provide medical services. Many treatments started with blood and have now moved on to manufactured products. Not all of them have, which is why we still need blood. But the point of the matter is that if we were to take money and appropriately apply it to research facilities, many of the medications that are now created through blood and the processes that are resolved through blood donations could be done through other mechanisms where we wouldn't have to depend on a blood supply. And that would require that this government would actually support universities and support research that's done at universities in order to create these alternative practices. And why they would not choose to do that and simply to rescind a bill without any thought about how are we going to provide the necessary outcomes to resolve the problems that we see is very infuriating. This notion that somehow what we'll do is we'll just increase the amount of blood that's available by paying people to donate it. This trickle-down blood services philosophy, consistent with their economic philosophies, which have been previously also been demonstrated to be false. It's just really unacceptable that this is an ideological move and not an actual move to resolve a problem. I would certainly like to see that they could have done things as simple as saying, if blood is purchased here in the province of Alberta, it should remain in the province of Alberta. But they didn't do that because that would be focused on the well-being of Albertans and not on the well-being of international corporations who will certainly sell to the highest bidder because they have to recoup the costs that they put into giving money to people for donations. My frustration with all of this is what wasn't done in this bill, and I find it just maddening that the time wasn't taken to make sure that that appropriate money was not put in to actually resolve the underlying problems, whether it be the research problems, whether it be the delivery problems here, keeping the blood here in the province of Alberta, or perhaps even providing more money to Canadian Blood Services to open a significant increase in blood donation sites, as they have promised to do over the last little while, opening up 3 new ones across the country. And it's been suggested on that side of the House that just isn't sufficient. Fine. If that was the issue, if that was your analysis, that 3 is not sufficient, then why aren't you paying for another 10 or 12 here in the province of Alberta? Why aren't you saying every city in the province of Alberta should have a comprehensive blood donation system so that people, no matter where they live, if you're in Medicine Hat, if you're in Grand Prairie, or if you're in Fort McMurray, could be donating blood and having it available to people in the province readily. And that blood would also be available for our research institutions at our great universities throughout this province so that we could move on from this complex problem of obtaining blood in order to provide medical services to actually resolving problems that are medical in nature, either through blood or through products that are designed through our research and understanding what it is that blood is doing. I would very much like to have seen some effort being put into resolving the underlying problems, instead of these ideological arguments slamming our side for putting in a bill that they don't happen to like from their ideological point of view. I certainly would love to be standing here in the House supporting a bill on blood services that did some of the things that could possibly be done to resolve the problems. I would love to go back to being a blood donor. Had I continued at the rate I would now, I started in my life in the first 10 or 12 years of my blood donation eligibility, I'd be well into the 200 or 300 or even 400 donations by now. And I'm sad that I haven't been able to contribute in that way to the province of Alberta. And I'm sad that the reason why I couldn't is because there was a lack of resources given to Canadian Blood Services to properly test the blood of myself and thousands of other Albertans, so that they could check to make sure that that blood was okay before they took the donation. That's the only reason I haven't donated, because there was a lack of funds given to Canadian Blood Services. Had those funds been there, there may be dozens or thousands of other people perhaps who would have received even potentially life-saving therapies. And I would really like to have thought that my contributions would have been available for those purposes. And I also just want to express my concern that the solution that seems to be presented all the time by the people on the other side of the House is that money is the resolution of all problems. That we simply pay more money. That rather than actually spending time to look at how do we actually create community in our society? How do we bring people to a place where they will contribute and they will be part of a resolution? It's not even part of it. It's not even a subsection of the bill. It's not that they're saying, let's have paid donations and let's do these other 5 things that will actually improve the blood donation system in this province. Then I'd be excited about it. You might even convince me that I should just relax about the donation part of it, because we're building a system that's going to take care of Albertans, and we have a multi-pronged process of ensuring that we have success. If that were happening in this bill, I'd be a lot more excited about it. But right now, I can say this bill really does almost nothing. And that makes me very disappointed. Thank you.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to provide comments on the bill? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenmore, followed by, or Calgary Glenmore, followed by Edmonton Gold Bar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's been a number of weeks since we celebrated the World Blood Donor Day, and I've noted over the last couple of days that we've had a lot of radio ads about blood donations, and I would encourage, apparently Blood Services right now needs about 13,000 more donors to sign up, and I would encourage everybody to do that. Blood donations are incredibly important, but we're not here today to talk about blood. We are here today to talk about plasma, and that's a whole different story than blood. So blood plasma, as most people will know, is the straw-colored part of the blood that contains proteins and antibodies, also known as immunoglobulins, which I won't try to say more than once fast because it's a pretty mouthful. Clotting factors, antibodies that fight infections, etc. And plasma is incredibly important for research and for producing medicines. And we know that it's also used for a lot of treatments for patients, including patients recently with COVID-19. We also know that there's been a reduction in plasma donations during the pandemic for obvious reasons. People were staying home and were otherwise not able to go and make donations. And so at the same time as our need was increasing, our supply was reducing. But even before the extraordinary circumstances of COVID-19, there was a lack of donations, and Albertans and Alberta has been dependent on the United States and Germany for our plasma supply. And mostly it's been the United States. And to me, the opposition talks about how they're worried about us having, through this bill, having an increasingly Americanized system for plasma. I would say that when we're relying on the United States for the large amount of plasma that we are relying upon them for, that sounds a lot to me like an Americanized system. Only 13.5% of plasma is coming from Canada. Because we've got paid blood donations that are banned in Quebec, Ontario, British Columbia, and here in Alberta. And it's only going to get worse if we don't do something about it. Thankfully, my esteemed colleague from Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo has introduced Bill 204, and it will help us take action on an issue that we need immediate response on. The previous speaker indicated that this bill doesn't address a problem, that it doesn't put money towards resolving a problem. Well, I would say that when we're that dependent on foreign sources of plasma, that yeah, in fact, this bill would actually put money towards solving that problem. Previously, the NDP's bill, the Voluntary Blood Donations Act, prohibited payment to an individual who donated plasma, with the exception of Canadian Blood Services, and it stopped Albertans from contributing to the global plasma supply. In a recent interview, the member from Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo stated, "A secure supply of plasma is a cornerstone of a modern 21st century healthcare system. The repeal of the Voluntary Blood Donations Act will help patients by making our plasma supply less dependent on international supply, which can be unreliable at the best of times." And from what I can tell, the experts actually agree. John Boyle, the president of the Immune Deficiency Foundation, stated that recognizing plasma donors for the heroes that they are and educating the public on the need for more donations is important. Furthermore, this bill ensures that our most vulnerable community members are not forced to go without the medicine they need because of ideology or misinformation. These are issues that are all too apparent in the debate over paid plasma. Kate Vandermeer, founder of Plasma for Life Canada, a patient group that prioritizes dignifying patients, says, "The negative impacts of shortages, the anxiety over supply, and the guilt seeing other patients suffering through shortages weighs heaviest on her and the patients she deals with." Vandermeer's story is one of a young mother. She raises 3 children, all while trying to recover from each intravenous infusion that she receives. A story not unheard of, as many have suffered because of our apathy and because of the Voluntary Blood Donations Act here in Alberta. The collection of unpaid plasma is estimated to be 2 to 4 times more expensive than plasma collected with remuneration. So something's got to give, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, Canadian Plasma Resources offered all of the Canadian plasma they collected to Canadian Blood Services at a projected price of $166 per litre. In comparison, Mr. Speaker, Canadian Blood Services had a plan to collect 600,000 litres of international plasma, costing $247 million through 2024. This worked out to $412 per litre, or more than double the price of procuring plasma within Canada. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, Canada imported 84% of its plasma, with the percentage set to hit 91% by 2024. According to Dr. Peter Jaworski, who I had the pleasure of seeing testify before the committee the other day, he's a Canadian professor teaching at Georgetown University. Global demand will increase by 6 to 10% each year for the foreseeable future, with numbers only expected to increase even more with an immense reliance on non-remunerated blood donations already. With a mere 5% of the world's population responsible for more than half of all plasma collected globally, shortages will occur, running up healthcare costs and leaving our patients vulnerable to supply disruptions. In his research, Dr. Jaworski argues that relying predominantly on 5 countries to supply 90%, and I'm going to run through those countries: Germany, the US, Hungary, Austria, and Chechnya. Those are the 5. We rely on them for 90% of the world's total plasma supply. And that's what's inflating costs, and that's what's sabotaging those who need access to plasma immediately. Our government always seeks to provide the best care possible to all Albertans because we owe them that. That is why I stand in support of this bill in addressing a problem that has gone unanswered for too long. Mr. Speaker, our government seeks to bring people together rather than divide. With this bill in place, our government will allow more Albertans to come together by supporting each other through a system that acknowledges and rewards supportive behaviour. It is about time we allow Albertans to be compensated for the time and resources they invest in donating plasma to increase the global supply. I believe this bill is simply in the best interest of all Albertans, and I'm so happy and honoured to stand in support of this bill today in the Assembly. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Goldbar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to offer some comments in the debate here on Bill 204. I want to thank all of my colleagues, both my friends here in the opposition as well as members of the UCP caucus for their comments. And I want to say, first of all, that I agree with some of the comments that my colleague from Calgary-Glenmore made in her speech. We do have a blood problem that has been exacerbated, a blood and plasma supply problem that has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And in fact, a recent report in The Lancet indicates that Canadian Blood Services has seen a 30% reduction in the number of donations that have been made to that service by Canadians during the pandemic. And so I want to join in all of the calls that all of my colleagues have made to Canadians to donate blood and plasma as much as they can. I will say, though, Mr. Speaker, that I am forbidden from donating blood myself, having been a resident of the UK in the 90s. I'm considered to be at risk of exposure to mad cow disease. So far, so good, but anything can happen, Mr. Speaker, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the worms don't start eating my brain anytime soon. But where I do disagree with the colleagues from the UCP backbenches who've spoken on this is with their emphasis on the fact that that it seems to be okay to buy plasma from Canadians because currently we are buying plasma from American suppliers. So their argument is that by expanding an immoral practice to Canada, we are going to reduce the suffering of Canadians. And I want to suggest that perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we should be considering alternatives that reduce suffering of Canadians and also don't prolong suffering of the people who are trapped in the cycles of poverty that have been that are indicated as some of the primary suppliers of blood to these U.S. services. And I would refer all members to a story that was run by an organization called ProPublica. It was co-authored by a television station in Germany, ARD, and they looked at the plasma supply in the United States. And they identified that there are 800 and some plasma suppliers or plasma collection stations across the United States, but they're oddly concentrated along the Mexican border. And the reason is that these companies lure poor Mexican migrants into their collection systems to pay them between $20 and $40 based on how much they weigh, Mr. Speaker. So lighter donors get $20, heavier donors get $40. They lure them into their collection facilities to collect blood, and then they go back to home in Mexico. And this article very disturbingly identifies one patient named Genesis. Her only source of income is her plasma donations to these companies that are set up on the American border to lure her into the United States. And so there are very poor controls over the number of times that she crosses the border to give blood. You know, technically she's only allowed to give blood and plasma 2 times a week, but the companies freely admit that they actually don't know how many times she's crossed the border to give blood because, you know, you can go to one donation center one day and another donation center the next day. And in fact, there is strong evidence to suggest that people like Genesis are giving blood more often than is healthy or recommended, because she, in that article, freely admitted to lining her pockets with bottles of water so that she met the 110-pound threshold to donate blood and plasma on that day. I ask members if we want to set up a parallel system here in Canada where we are purchasing blood and plasma products from people who are similarly disadvantaged. And now I can expect that members opposite will say, well, what about Germany and Austria and Hungary and the Czech Republic? Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know the data, but I have lived in Germany for a couple of years, and I know that Germany is a draw for many poor migrants from across Europe and around the world. And I would suspect that the companies that pay to collect plasma in those countries as well overwhelmingly draw from the poor migrants who are seeking to improve their economic fortunes in those countries. So why is it that the members opposite correctly identify a problem in my view, but are proposing the expansion of a grossly immoral system? I think it's shameful, Mr. Speaker. And I think that there is a better way. We don't have to relieve Canadian suffering by profiting off of and taking advantage of the suffering of the poor and vulnerable from around the world. In a recent column, in a column that ran in the Times Colonist newspaper in 2018, when the British Columbia government considered banning blood and plasma donations, or paying for blood and plasma donations, they identified that one of the issues with Canadian Blood Services' ability to provide plasma is the fact that we don't have any facilities here in the country. Canadian Blood Services asked for approval to spend almost $900 million on improving their facilities to create plasma products here within Canada. And that would apparently get Canada to 50% self-sufficiency when it comes to blood plasma donations and the ability to supply the need for blood plasma here in our own country. Now, perhaps if we doubled the number, we could reach full self-sufficiency with respect to blood plasma. $1 billion to Canadian Blood Services, which is a trusted organization that collects voluntary blood and plasma donations from Canadians. That's a small price to pay, I would submit, given that the alternative that the opposite side is proposing is profiting off of the misery and suffering of thousands of migrants and other vulnerable people from around the world who don't have any other options but to sell their blood and plasma to these multinational corporations who seek to profit off of them. So I urge all members here in the House to not only vote against this bill because of the immoral foundations upon which the blood plasma market is built, but also to urge the government to consider some other options for a better way to secure the blood and plasma supply here in our own country. My colleague from Edmonton Rutherford highlighted some of the needs to improve research and development in the medical field to limit the demand for blood plasma products, or perhaps extend the ability of the existing plasma supply to meet our needs. So I would encourage members opposite to push members of Executive Council over there to look at some of those things that could be done. Perhaps address this issue that Canadian Blood Services raised a couple of years ago with the need to invest in creating new blood plasma collection sites and processing facilities right here in our own country. Because they've correctly identified, in my view, the risk that Canadians are in when we are relying on a global supply that could be disrupted at any time. So why aren't we working hard to look at these non-market solutions that would secure the Canadians' blood plasma supply? I don't understand why the default response from members opposite is to see who can make a profit off of somebody else's misery and suffering in order to make changes in the healthcare system. So I hope that in the remaining time, Mr. Speaker, that some of the members opposite get the chance to address some of the points, and I certainly look forward to listening to why they think profiting off of the misery and suffering of thousands of vulnerable migrants and other people who are trying to make a living in the United States or Germany or Austria or the Czech Republic or Hungary, why that's an acceptable way to provide a safe and secure blood plasma supply here in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has approximately 4 minutes remaining prior to the Honourable Member for Edmonton or Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo closing debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'll have to be brief then. It's the way it is, the way it goes. So I just wanted to rise and add to this debate how important I think it is that, of course, we support increasing blood supply here in Alberta so that patients are healthy. And I just want to actually do a shout out to the Hansard Youth Association of Edmonton. They're a group of young Muslims that every 56 days organize members of the Muslim community or the community as a whole. Anybody can go, that you don't have to be Muslim, to actually go to Canadian Blood Services and donate blood. And I've started regularly donating along with the Hansard Youth Association in order to help out where I can. And I just want to applaud them for being conscious of this, that it's an important thing that we need to do. And I want to encourage all Albertans to get out there and donate blood every 56 days if it's possible for them to do so. The other thing that I want to highlight, though, is the fact that from my understanding, this bill is actually going to decrease the blood supply for Albertans and Canadians by allowing international companies to come to Alberta and then export blood will decrease control for Canadian Blood Services on the supply of blood. And this is what I find, well, other than the number of issues that have been highlighted by my colleagues here on the opposition side, It's but one of the things that I'm concerned about, because of course, you know, the members from the other side try to paint it as a really rosy situation. And I agree with the member from Edmonton Rutherford that perhaps more thought should have been put into this private member's bill, because simply repealing a bill that our government put in place, I don't know, it just seems like a very, very, well, I guess there's no other way to put it than the way that the member from Edmonton Rutherford put it, a very lazy approach. It would have been a lot better to analyze this in a more concrete way, to see what are the defects of the current legislation. You know, and this is the way that I believe we should be approaching changes in legislation in this House. It's like, I know that we can get hyper-partisan in here. I understand that. And a lot of the times, you know, we accuse each other of being ideological, but never more have I seen such an ideological approach to a piece of legislation than this one. And I find that it would have been a lot better for the member to actually analyze the bill as a whole, reach out to stakeholders, and actually consult on the particular aspects that he wanted to see changed.
Honourable Member, I hesitate to interrupt, but pursuant to Standing Order 87A(I), which provides up to 5 minutes for the sponsor of a private member's public bill to close debate, I would now like to invite the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo to close debate on Bill 204 at second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, it is an honor and pleasure to speak before this House, before the members on my private member's bill. First off, I want to thank the opposition for fulfilling what I thought they would, and it's all on record. A lot of rhetoric that meant nothing, a lot of accusations, a lot of questions that had no basis to it. They talk about blood from Mexicans, but yet they're willing to buy that blood from those Mexicans. They're accepting of that. So that's where I find this confusion. In the end, Mr. Speaker, the hyper-partisan political bill that was in place was the original Bill 3, the Blood Donations Act. This is the same act that was tried to push through the federal government by Senator Pamela Wallin, which was defeated by a Liberal Senate, to be clear, and was followed by lots of communications from Health Canada on the safety of our plasma and blood sector. You know, the members of Crossway said I was wasting my time. I put no thought that this was a lazy bill. The original bill was a lazy bill, and it damaged a lot of people. See, again, what the members of Crossway did not demonstrate, the thousands of patients that rely on this. In particular to me, what the members of Crossway don't also realize is that it was patients like this that drove me into politics, and I have two. One is Michael Jean. It's because of Michael Jean that I am in here today, standing in this House. Because if he was not ill in that hospital, I wouldn't have run across his dad and followed a path that led to us trying to fight for our health system. See, Michael Jean had lymphoma, and he required a test. The test was out of the United States, and our health system, Alberta Health Services, took too long to decide whether to pay for that test. By the time he was finally approved for that test months later, he was too weak, and he died a week later after finally being diagnosed with lymphoma. The second patient, and the members from across way will remember this, is because I was asking for a please to help this other patient. A good friend of mine, his name is Bo Cooper. He's son of my good friend, Rob Cooper, who I worked with in the fire department. I also worked with Bo when he was with the fire department for a very short little time. And same thing, he had leukemia, and he required a CAR T cell therapy that was unavailable in the United States. And the health minister at the time, I asked her, I know it's $1 million, but I told her I'll never chew them up in the House again if she'll pay for that. And she couldn't, and I recognize why she couldn't. It was an experimental thing at the end. And what's funny is that a year later, there's another patient who had the same thing. And that time we're able to get that person to Ontario to get the testing done and stuff like that. And then the third patient, before we ended last term, was actually approved for the full therapy from this CAR T cell. So I was able to see the evolution of this medical innovation and how it saved Canadians. And that's what I hope to do today. See, what the members across the way don't understand is that this is an international issue. This deals with plasma. They keep on referring to blood, but this is about plasma. It's an international issue. It's like the environment. And we rely on all human beings, all people to donate to this field so that companies, and yes, they are all international companies. None of them want to come to Canada because there's too many provinces that won't allow them to access the product. So the truth of the matter is, if we get those biotech companies, those pharmaceutical companies to come here, if we're collecting enough plasma, perhaps they will consider building their fractionation facilities here, and perhaps they will start doing the research and development. Perhaps they will work with our fantastic universities and our health system and come up with these medications and these therapies and these treatments and these tests so that they can help Albertans. But you don't get that. And it's sad that you go back to your ideology regarding labor, really, in the end. And it's sad and it's disgusting. And I'm so disappointed by this opposition, that you cannot be a better opposition than that you could not mention the patients once, that you could not support the patients once in this. There's over 50,000. We introduced you to 2 that represented so many groups. Did you talk to any of them? No. And that's what's so disappointing. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is about us trying to do the right thing. And yeah, there was a short-sighted bill. You're absolutely right. There was a bill that was put in no thought. There was a lazy bill, and that was the original Bill 3, the bill by this NDP, previous NDP government, who are now the opposition. That was the lazy bill. That was the bad bill. That's the bill that impaired thousands of Canadians from getting their medications. It contributed to Canada, contributing to the overall decline in the amount of plasma available in the world. And that's the thing, is you guys can't understand this is an international issue. It deals with all human beings. And that's unfortunate. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say thank you very much, and I hope that everyone will support this private member's bill.
The Honourable the Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo has moved second reading of Bill 204, Voluntary Blood Donation Repeal Act. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? If so, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called. Second reading of Bill 204. All those in favour of the motion for second reading, please rise.
Mr. Jones, Honourable Mr. Madhu, Honourable Mrs. Ahir, Honourable Mrs. Sani, Mr. Yao, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Orr, Mr. Williams, Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Luan, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Ms. Furr, Mr. Guthrie, Honourable Mr. Nally, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Horner.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Getson, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Emery, Mr. Hansen, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Smith, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Walker.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Ms. Gray, Mr. Fian, Ms. Sigurdsson, Member Loyola, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Dack, Mr. Schmidt.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 30, total against 7.
Members, that motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 204, Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act, is now read a second time. Under motions other than government motions, motion 509, Mr. Nielsen.
The honourable member for Edmonton Decore has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, it is possible for a member in this House to go an entire time serving in here and never get the opportunity to present a private member's motion, which of course is why I'm so excited to rise this afternoon to present a motion other than a government motion 509. That motion reads as follows. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to introduce a bill to expressly ban unpaid internships in order to support youth employment, strengthen fair pay, and improve labour standards and working conditions in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that no Albertan's work or labour should be exploited, taken advantage of, or undervalued in any way. To do those kinds of things would simply be wrong. This is especially true for youth, Alberta's future leaders. Policy debate around unpaid internships has not been a prevalent debate in this chamber, and it's not often seen on the front pages of our newspapers. It is more commonly discussed in the United States and the United Kingdom. But Alberta and Canada is by no means perfect in supporting our young people. And in Alberta, it's unfortunately getting worse. We have seen nothing done by the UCP government to support young people. This inaction, now exacerbated by COVID-19, has made the work environment and financial future for youth worse, leaving many at risk of being exploited by unpaid internships. Youth have paid a heavy price as of late. The elimination of the Student Temporary Employment Program, a reduction of the minimum wage, and ruthless cuts to funding of post-secondary education, as well as rising costs of student loans. All, of course, to pay for a $4.7 billion corporate handout that hasn't created any jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, youth need a plan that would actually support them now and into the future. This motion today calls for legislation that includes the banning of unpaid internships to be part of that plan. By banning unpaid internships, youth will be provided certainty that they actually have the support of this government. With minimum wage going down, many youth are already expecting to make less. The current climate for youth employment provides a way for youth's labor to be taken advantage of. That's why it's important that as an Assembly today, we make a clear statement that we will not allow that to happen here in Alberta. Now, to be clear, there is nothing wrong with youth seeking more experience. Volunteering and practicums are a useful and beneficial way to gain that experience. Universities, colleges, and technical institutions all provide many opportunities for that experience, often of which include some pay. Many of those, mind you, have had to be cancelled because of the cuts to post-secondary education. But where there are explicit and targeted attempts to save costs by exploiting and taking advantage of free labor, we must say no to this, Mr. Speaker. Believing that just because someone is young, that they should be able to do it for free is simply wrong and unjust. Just because someone is young does not mean that they do not have to pay expenses in their own lives. Going to university is expensive. In fact, it is more expensive because of the recent changes by this UCP government. There are also costs to the basic necessities, such as food, rent, and transportation. Youth have bills to pay, and therefore should be paid for their work and labor. Statistics now show that the economic fallout and the loss of employment due to COVID-19 pandemic hit young people, especially women, the hardest. In February, there was roughly 285,000 Albertans under the age of 25 working. By March, that number fell to around 231,000, a decline of 18.9%. That drop was even larger among young female workers, 23.4%, or roughly 34,000. By the end of April, the employment rate for Albertans under the age of 25 had fallen by nearly 20 percentage points, with young women seeing their rate cut in half, falling from 55.9% in February to just 30.3% in April. It should be noted that the sectors that young people are predominantly employed in are retail, food services, and sales. All of those areas were affected by social distancing guidelines. Mr. Speaker, young people need to know that they will be able to get substantive, meaningful work experience in order to have the best shot at gaining quality, meaningful employment later on. Young people are already graduating into so much uncertainty, not just this year, but for the next few years to come. By not doing anything to stimulate and support youth employment, lowering the minimum wage by $2 an hour for youth under 18 doesn't and hasn't worked. We will likely take a bad problem and make it even worse. In these uncertain times, so many Albertans are desperate for opportunities. It is understandable why youth would negotiate lower wages for themselves just to get that work experience. However, youth should not be able to negotiate their wages to $0 an hour. It's easy for post-secondary graduates to get caught in a cycle of doing free work. This creates a poor working environment for more than just the unpaid interns. It creates a culture that anyone's work could just be replaced with free work. Employers should foster a workplace culture that values employees. I know a common argument for supporting unpaid internships is that it will often lead to a full-time job later. I think it's great that workplaces want to seek out new talent and then bring them aboard full-time to their organizations later. However, if a workplace is going to invest in the future, they should truly invest in all their employees and pay them fairly. Not paying our youth has further-reaching societal impacts as well. Are food banks meant for recent graduates who are working full-time? I think we can all agree that the answer to that is no. As members of this chamber, during these motions, we have an opportunity to call for how we want Alberta to look like in the future. We have an opportunity to tell Albertans what we believe the government should prioritize. I hope that all members in this chamber agree today that young people in Alberta deserve to be paid fairly. And so, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the chance to present Motion 509 to the Assembly. I would urge all members to support this motion and thus support our young emerging leaders here in Alberta. And I certainly look forward over the next hour to listening to the discussion on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, before the Assembly is motion other than government motion, motion 509, as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore. We will go to the Honourable Member for Cardston Siksika, followed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise today to speak on this motion, motion 509, and the Honourable Member from Edmonton Decore is right. It is a privilege to drop a private member's motion. I was fortunate enough to do so in the previous government, rather in the previous session, through I think it was 506, and to my delight, that motion was passed about diversifying the economy in southern Alberta. And I'll tell you, these are great, not for a number of reasons, rather for a number of reasons, not the least of which that happens on Monday. Now, some of you don't know, but Monday's my favorite day of the week. What? Absolutely. It's my favorite day of the week. How come? Primarily because Monday is like New Year's Day, but once a week. You get a nice refresh. Some people hate Monday. I know Garfield hates Monday, but I love Monday. Not the least of which is because I get to debate private members' business like this motion here in front of me. Now, as I read the motion, urge the government to introduce a bill to expressly ban unpaid internships in order to support youth employment, strengthen fair pay, and improve labor standards and working conditions in this glorious province of Alberta. Now, our government is committed to encouraging youth employment and equipping young Albertans with the skills they need to attain that employment. Alberta's employment standard codes does not define internships. What it does do, however, is broadly define work, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, providing as service. It also defines employee as someone employed to perform work or is entitled to wages. With this in mind, under the government's current definitions, any internship or other work experience program outside an approved educational program should be paid already. Now, an exception to this exists within the present code, and that is when an individual in question is part of an educational practicum. These practicums cannot be in the same realm as a standard internship. In many cases, such as healthcare, these students are not fully qualified or certified to perform the duties on their own, Mr. Speaker. These students require the direct supervision and sign-off of someone who has already received their education and is licensed to take responsibility for the duties being performed. These practicums are an extension of the classroom and a means to learn the vocation that they are studying within a hands-on setting that cannot be done in a classroom. It would be inappropriate to require those doing practicums to be paid by the employer for their work. We are not fully qualified to do that work independently. This would require employers to pay not only the individual doing the practicum, but also the preceptor as well for doing the job together. My fear, Mr. Speaker, that implementing this motion could result in fewer spots that would otherwise be open for practicums, and that youth would suffer as a result. Now, I would never want the youth of this province to suffer an inability to find work experience. And I find it terribly discouraging when I hear the word repeated over and over from the members opposite, exploit. exploit the workers. Now, I know that in the United States of America, I have a lot of American friends. I did my master's degree down in the United States in Washington, D.C., and unpaid internships are all over the place in the U.S. Now, in Canada, their occurrence is a little more scarce, but in the U.S., they're all over the place. But I also do believe in the principle that, you know, you can't get a job without experience, and you can't get experience without work. So while I want to ensure that workers are not being exploited, as the members opposite have laid out, I also want to make sure that we have the necessary skills going forward in the workforce to fulfill the jobs that need to be done. So there is a case that I am sure comes to many minds while discussing this topic of those apprentices working in the trades. Trade apprentices are only doing the work which they have been declared and certified to do and have already received their practical hands-on training. This is how trade schools are designed, Mr. Speaker. For these reasons, I don't think it'd be appropriate to use the way trade apprentices work as a comparison for this case. The Ministry of Labor already has a policy in place to review disputes that come up between employers and employees in the case of internships. This is done on a case-by-case basis. As it stands, unpaid internships are not a widespread problem, as I had mentioned. Even with the higher unemployment rate we have experienced in recent years, this has not become a significant area of concern. But again, we don't want to be exploiting people, so I get that. But I don't think we have that problem here in Canada. There are some sectors where we do not have control, and these fall within federal jurisdiction. It is encouraging to me that the federal government is set to bring forward legislation amending Canada's Labour Code. This is expected to be effective September 1st of this year and will limit unpaid internships to those that are part of educational programs which were already in place in this amazing province that we have here of Alberta. With all this in mind, I believe our government is already addressing the primary concern of this motion, and that the federal government is covering areas under their jurisdiction. I see little point in urging the government to introduce a bill for work that it is already doing, Mr. Speaker. And I understand and appreciate the concern of the member from Edmonton Decore. I will be voting against this motion, and I encourage all members of the Assembly to do the exact same. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak to motion 509? Edmonton McClung, go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Please to rise and speak to this important motion before the House, and thank you very much for the member for Edmonton Decore for bringing it up. I know that there may be members in this House who will recall a very heart-rendering and tragic incident not too many years past involving a young man who was seeking to gain entry into the world of radio and television arts, and was involved as an intern at a local radio station, and while so doing, would do significant hours while also undertaking his role as a student, and it's been on for some time. And as a result of its postulated exhaustion and lateness of the hour during his internship timeframes, while driving home, was involved in a motor vehicle accident and was tragically killed. And it brought into question many of the rules around the internship issue here in the province of Alberta. And I bring this up because I happen to have known a young man and his family, and it was a very, very devastating blow to their family, and I know that it's something that they still feel now, to this day, if somebody in their prime of life, late teens, early 20s, and so very much interested in getting into the radio and television arts, that he was willing to devote his time as an intern in unpaid work, which led to perhaps an overcommitment on his part and an untimely death due to postulated exhaustion on the roadway and a motor vehicle accident. So it's not without cause that we bring these matters up, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about rules that should surround internships and those that govern them should reflect the fact that these should not be used as a way to basically allow a company or an organization to obtain free labor, which has happened in the past, and this is one of the things we're hoping to avoid. Now, there are typically a few types of occupations which have historically had this type of an internship offered, and radio and television arts was one of them. And I know that that particular tragic incident certainly snapped a lot of heads to attention in that realm, especially here in Alberta, and led to some real thought-changing processes in some of the radio and television stations in the province. Now, I had some experience working actually in a television station in my young working career, but it actually was in paid work. It was in a step program job, one of my early jobs, and it was a $5 an hour step program job at QCTV, community programming. I was a master control operator putting programs on the air using videotape machines, gaining work experience. But unfortunately, of course, that program was canceled by the Conservative government previous to our government, and then subsequently, after we reinitiated it, the Conservative government currently has killed that program again. And that was a system of paid entry into the world of work, which subsidized the employer and allowed an individual young person to gain work experience, and allowed them to, as it allowed me, to help pay for my early education, and in so doing allowed me to know and learn a little bit more about a different area of work that I otherwise wouldn't have had any experience in. So at least it was paid. Unfortunately, it's been eliminated by the current government. However, where these internships are not paid, you'll find that it's possibly because of the language around the legislation that governs them and governs what defines an internship. So it's been said in the past that the clarity of that language and the circumstances is less than ideal. So I think that's one of the things that the member for Edmonton-Decore is attempting to get at when he so clearly states that we should not allow the legislation in this province to permit a unpaid internship to exist. To make clarity, make very clear that these unpaid internships are not something that our labor legislation should allow, either expressly or clandestinely, by not having very clear language defining exactly what an internship would be. I think that it's clear, as mentioned by the member for Siksika, that certainly educational practicums and so forth are exempted, and that's certainly not something that this legislation, proposed motion, attempts to address. The motion actually is looking to address a blatant practice of seeking to gain unpaid labor by way of designating an individual's work as an internship. And that's something that I think the workforce has been asking for some time. And I know that there are other examples that could be provided beyond the radio and television arts world of work. And I know that when I trained as a teacher, I did practicums. I trained as a nursing orderly. I did practicums and didn't expect that to be paid. It was part of the educational component of what I was training to do at the time. But that's not, as I said, Mr. Speaker, that's not what this legislation is aimed at. This legislation is aimed at an express attempt by employers to avoid paying for labor. And I think that's something that all Albertans would support and would expect that if they're sending their young son or daughter out into the workforce for the first time, would expect that they're not sending them to a place that's going to get them to do work but not pay them for it. And that's something that has happened in the past in this province, and I believe that nowhere in this province should we expect free labor to be given to a company just because the company believes it can get away with defining the employment as an internship rather than what it actually is, and that is a course of employment. So the time frame that we're in right now, of course, is one which demands that we do everything possible to encourage our youth to engage in the workforce and to make it as easy as possible for them to do so. And certainly allowing a company to take advantage of a worker who so desperately wants to get into the workforce at this point in time, where there's so much unemployment right now, is a risky thing to allow. The legislation should be extremely clear, and this Legislative Assembly should adopt this motion to ensure that it is clear to employers that an internship is not something that can be convoluted to be interpreted as a job that doesn't get paid for. So I hope that members opposite understand how explicit this motion is, and that it's certainly not attempting to eliminate the long-standing practice of allowing practicums to exist and allowing work experience to exist. But it is certainly aimed at those employers who would seek to take advantage of a young worker who would dearly love to get into a certain industry, and some of them are very attractive, and there's a lineup to get in, such as the radio and television arts, and in so doing get a lot of unpaid work done by so-called interns who are really actually performing work that's beneficial to the company to gain work experience that might benefit them in their later working career. So I'm grateful for the member for Edmonton Decor for bringing forward this motion. I think that if I was a young person looking to get into the workforce right now, I'd be very grateful to the member for bringing this forward. I know that in many industries where typically a young person would take advantage of this, they'll think.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Drumheller Stettler, followed by Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise and speak today on the motion from the member from Edmonton Decor, motion 509, that calls on the government to introduce a bill to expressly ban unpaid internships in order to support youth employment, strengthen fair pay, and improve labor standards and working conditions in Alberta. I am not in favor of this motion, primarily because it is based on a misconception of what unpaid internships are and the standards that already exist around them. Unpaid internships can best be described as the application of classroom learnings in a workplace setting. As such, they are more so an extension of the classroom. In some cases, academic institutions officially recognize this connection and offer credits for internship experience. I want to quote from a 2017 column written by a representative of Community and Social Services. I found this column very helpful in clarifying some of the misconceptions around unpaid internships. The column says, and I quote, "Employers need to be very careful about offering unpaid internships. Simply calling a position an internship does not exempt it from employment standards. Accordingly, an internship may be unpaid only if the internship solely benefits the intern by providing him or her with training or skills without the employer benefiting from the intern's actions or efforts," unquote. It goes on to say, I quote again, Alberta's Employment Standards Code considers an employee to be anyone employed or to do work who receives or is entitled to wages. Work is defined as providing a service to the employer, unquote. Accordingly, if an intern is doing work for an organization, they are entitled to minimum wage. To state it more plainly, it is already illegal not to pay someone for the work they perform. Exceptions to this are when a student is engaged in certain types of approved formal training, as I stated previously. In light of this, I don't believe that expressly banning unpaid internships will do anything to support youth employment. In fact, I think it will have the opposite effect. I fear that it will create confusion for community organizations over the nature of work they're allowed to recruit volunteers for. It will create confusion for employers when considering if they should create opportunities for practicum students. Ultimately, it will give youth fewer opportunities to learn and gain practical experience for their eventual entry into the job market. It's for these reasons that I will not be supporting this motion. I encourage everyone in the chamber to not support it as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Speaker, I really appreciate the opportunity to address this motion. And I'd like to take my time to clear up a misconception that is being presented repeatedly on the government side about the intent of this motion and, in fact, the reasons behind the motion as well. I do that from the perspective of a university instructor, having been an instructor at both MacEwan University and for many years at the University of Calgary, responsible for student practicums, having taught both the practicum placement classes and, of course, the classes that go along with that. And I think the thing that's most important here is that we separate out three pieces of work that could possibly be done in a work site that are being confused by the government, to anybody who happens to be listening. And I want to make it very clear that there are already in rules and regulations, and indeed in labor relations law, a separation between three different ways in which students may be engaged in work at a work site. And that in my discussions, I hope to clarify that a practicum is not the same thing as an internship and is not the same thing as an apprenticeship. There are three distinct entities. And in this case, if you are arguing that we are going to limit practicums or limit apprenticeships, for example, then you are missing the point of the bill, and you're misusing the language that is readily available at every advanced institution in this province. Treading the boards at a university doesn't seem to be the favored behavior of many of the members of the opposite side. So I want to clearly outline some of these things. In this motion, internship does not refer to practicums because practicums have four components that internships do not have. First of all, practicums have the component of having an external supervisor reviewer who is responsible. Now, in the case of the programs that I was involved in, of course, that was the program of study that the students were involved in, and that is true for practicum students in any program of study, so it doesn't matter what the nature is. So you have the external reviewer. Secondly, you have, within that external review, you have a professional who is trained in the activity that is to be learned by the student, and that professional's goal is the accomplishment of the student learning the same professional standards and practices that they are adherents to. So you not only have an institutional external, but you have a personal, professional external. The third difference is that you have explicit learning goals. That is an explicit learning contract that is established by the external reviewer, that is supervised by the external reviewer in its application in the work setting. So all of these things are explicitly different between the nature of a practicum and an internship. And at no point in this particular motion are we trying to limit practicums. practicums can exist even if you have 0 internships, because they are a different entity that are clearly described by the institutions that supervise them. And so I think it's very important that we keep those things separate from each other and that we argue what's actually happening here. Now, what's happening here is we are asking the government to ensure that there is not a situation that allows a young person to be involved in a place where they are explicitly hired to do work without pay, on the idea that they somehow will be given the opportunity to gain experiences which will later lead to potential additions to the resume and therefore potentially getting jobs based on having something on their resume that other people don't have. Now, you may ask, is this a big problem or not? But I think the first thing we have to remember is that what we've seen under the UCP government is a constant, repeated attempt to bring in to Canada American models of just about everything that they have looked at. They've brought in American models on the Chicago Principles, for example, for universities, brought in American models for blood donations, they brought in American models for healthcare, and a variety of other situations. We know that they choose to do that. And we do know that unpaid internships are rampant in the United States and do exist here in Canada as well. And so what the member from Edmonton Decor is attempting to do is trying to preempt a very negative situation happening before anybody gets exploited. I think that's a commendable, reasonable decision with forethought into what the implications are should we allow things of this nature to occur in this country. Because using people for free labor just because they are young, I think, is morally reprehensible. And I know that we're already concerned that this government has done a number of things to reduce opportunities for young people to get appropriate experience before they head into the workforce. We know, for example, they have decreased minimum wage, so already taking advantage of youth as the only reason why you should get paid less. It doesn't say you get paid less minimum wage if you need a period of training. What it says is if you are of a certain age, doesn't matter how long you've been doing the job. And so we know that this government has already had a concerted attack on young people and their employment. In addition, they've also killed the STEP program, which allowed many young people to get some of their first jobs, including the once premier of this province, and many other people. I know I had an opportunity when I was in the workforce to supervise students in STEP, and it was a great opportunity for students to receive some compensation and to also learn with some supervision in their work site so that they could go on and make choices around their career and increase the items on their resume so they could potentially get more jobs. So having seen the government do these things to attack youth wages has made us very concerned about what they're going to do in terms of bringing in yet another American-style negative policy that will be detrimental to many Albertans. And so I think that we need to go back to the point of what this particular motion is about. This motion is about explicitly putting into regulation something that we know will protect young people from being exploited before it begins to happen. I think it would be a shame if we had to wait for exploitation to occur before we actually decided to try to prevent that exploitation. I think exploitation already is concern enough for us to have a bill. And a bill that would help us to define things, because clearly the government is unclear on the definitions. As I've said, they're confusing in their conversations, the practicums, apprenticeships, and internships. And yet much of that is already defined in terms of regulations or in terms of laws in this province, and yet they're already confused, thereby making it more important that we do have a bill that provides clarity on these issues and provides clarity about why the position called internship cannot be an unpaid internship. So having said that, I think it's very important that we understand that this does not cover anybody in an academic program in an educational institution by design. that it does not in any way interfere with practicums, because the conditions of practicums are different, as I've described, with the external review, with the external institution, and with the explicit contracted learning goals that are all provided, supervised by professionals in the field. We also know that internship does not include apprenticeship, which was also addressed once by the member from Cardston-Siksika. We know that that is not true because apprenticeships are also very clearly defined in labor relations law. And the process of how one becomes an apprentice and how one is remunerated in apprenticeship is very clear within the law. So we know it doesn't include either educational institutions or apprenticeships, so the arguments that we've heard from the government side of the House on this, therefore, are moot. The question is, should we allow the potential for young people to be put in a situation of providing services to an employer without receiving remuneration? And this side of the House says no. Thank you.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint Anne Parkland, followed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar, should there be time remaining.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And considering the lineup, I think we'll definitely have two opposite sides of the looking glass after the member follows up with me. I do like the fact that the member from Edmonton Decor brought this forward. I know he's a thoughtful member of the Assembly, and I believe that he has some really good intentions. The member from Rutherford had some points that I might agree with. However, largely I'm in disagreement from him based on a perspective that I have that isn't completely lined up with socialism. I rise today to speak in a motion. The member Decor motion reads, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to introduce a bill expressly to ban unpaid internship in order to support youth employment, strengthen fair pay, and improve labor standards and working conditions in Alberta. So again, I think the member is bringing forward something with the best intents. But again, there's a few items in here that we're getting a little bit hung up in the wording, and I've got some concerns with that, so I want to bring that to your attention if I may, sir. Our government believes in youth employment, absolutely. It's not exploitation, as some of the other of your colleagues have tried to say. Fair compensation, upholding highest standards of labor and working conditions that are critical to our success. So these are things that we hold near and dear to our hearts, because again, we all came up through the process one way, shape, or form or the other to get where we're at today. And again, coming back to the member from Rutherford, had said there was no exploitation up to the point, so I might offer, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So mess with things that are working pretty good right now. The motion calls for the government to legislate unpaid internships. Internships, whether paid or unpaid, are excellent opportunities for students to develop skills and experience. These skills often give them an upper hand over their peers in the job market and upon graduation. So again, sometimes you actually have to get out there, volunteer, do these things, take an internship. May not have the best pay or any pay at all, but again, it's to receive that academic value and that accreditation in the field you're going into. Internship allows students to gain hands-on experience in different fields and industries, and it's been a tried and tested and true model for a number of years, not just in the U.S., kind of all over the world. When combined with an official program, interns may receive academic credit for the internship experience. My opposition to the motion stems from key concerns, and I apologize, I'm getting a little tongue-tied, not enough caffeine today. The first is that blanket ban on unpaid internships. So in many cases, interns don't have the full range of education experience or competencies to perform at the same work level as permanent staff. Again, the leading into it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the entire premise, that's the entire premise of an internship. More importantly, this is a non-issue, and again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And let me explain why. In a 2017 article in the Red Deer Advocate, Charles Strachey, a representative of the community of social services, clarified the following, and I quote, Alberta's Employment Standards Code considers an employee to be anyone employed to do work who receives or is entitled to wages. Work is defined as providing service to the employer. Let me flip my page here. Of course, it's in quotes. Accordingly, an internship may be unpaid only if the internship solely benefits the intern by providing their training or skills without the employer benefiting from the intern's action, unquote. So again, the favor of having the internship is in great advantage to the intern themselves, not to the employer. In these situations, the employer is making an investment in the training and development of the interns. This often has a mutual benefit for employers who later rehire former interns as permanent staff. Again, they're getting a chance to educate them, to get them that experience, and if they make the cut and they're good, oftentimes those individuals form part of that organization. I cannot quantify the cost for employers who dedicate time, effort in the employee resource training. Similarly, I cannot quantify the long-term benefits for the interns, especially when it comes to their future employment wages. My concern is for organizations that are willing to make that investment in training Alberta's future workforce. Many not-for-profits find themselves in this position. To be clear, however, interns do provide a service that benefits their employer that are already being compensated. Ultimately, a blanket ban or unpaid internship in every case would result in fewer real-world learning opportunities for youth and fewer opportunities for organizations to build up those workers of tomorrow. My second concern, Mr. Speaker, is how this motion may cause confusion around volunteer positions that help youth develop those transferable skill sets for employment. For example, a young person who volunteers their time at a local not-for-profit may be tasked with, answering the phone as an example, responding to calls or emails. Administrative skills like these are foundational to any job. The volunteer positions also have many benefits for the community. They offer youth to make tangible contributions to their local communities. They allow youth to develop skills that are transferable to that workplace. They provide critical support to organizations that could always use an extra set of hands. This combination of altruism and practicality often results in a net benefit for the volunteer, the organization, and society as a whole. The implication of Motion 509 is that because work is being done without payment, it's an automatically exploitive, and that's a bit of a reach. Again, understanding just the wording on it itself, certainly, it's probably not the intent, but that's kind of the caution that I'm seeing here. When it comes to volunteering, I'm sure the members opposite agree that this couldn't be further from the truth. Volunteer organizations definitely are not taking advantage of the individuals that potentially are under that internship model. This motion risks creating confusion for volunteers and for organizations, and honestly, we don't want to see that happen because getting enough folks in those volunteer organizations, getting that skills experience goes a long way down the road. Alberta's youth have agency. They feel free to participate in many of the paid and, yes, unpaid internships that exist. In their own cost-benefit analysis, they would consider the future benefit of participating in these particular positions. The connections they'll make, the skills, the knowledge they'll gain, the individual policies of their academic institutions. Rest assured, they're already protected under the Alberta Employment Standards Code if they are asked to perform work that benefits their employer that aren't being paid for. This motion would ultimately take away the opportunities and options for our young people, and that's why, unfortunately, I won't be supporting it. But I do believe that your intent, sir, was honest. It was trying to get the right intents there. There's just a little bit of hair on that dog. And then coming back to the other member from Rutherford, he, makes these assertions that our government is all about American style. Well, I might counter that point with, I'd rather have the American style than the Venezuelan style. So let's not get too fixated on those type of items and get up on our soapbox, or we can definitely go down the rabbit hole there. But from the member from Decorah, appreciate the motion coming forward. Just a couple of those items, sir. And with that, I'll cede my time to the next speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar, if you'd still wish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and offer a few comments on the motion that my friend from Edmonton Decorah brought forward to urge the government to introduce a bill that would expressly ban unpaid internships in order to support youth employment. And that's what I want to focus on in the brief time that I have today, because I think the motion that my friend brought forward, it really touches on a larger issue that many of the people who have intervened in this debate have identified, and that's the problem of youth unemployment here in Alberta. And the fact that we have such high youth unemployment makes youth extremely vulnerable to being taken advantage of by these kinds of unpaid internships that my friend wants to eliminate. I just want to stress that while I support this motion, I don't think it goes far enough. And I think there is a lot of additional work that Alberta could do to enhance job prospects for youth. And certainly my friend from Edmonton Rutherford highlighted one of the things that could be done is to restore funding to the STEP program. That's an incredibly important program that provides a lot of youth employment opportunities, job training opportunities that have been taken away, unfortunately, by this government. I also want to hearken back to the debate that we just contemplated, or that we just completed around blood donations, and certainly the members opposite used the country of Germany as a model for supporting their arguments in favor of paid plasma donations. And I think Germany is an instructive model when it comes to tackling the youth unemployment problem, because recent statistics prior to COVID reaching Germany, Germany had by far the lowest youth unemployment rate in all of Europe. They had youth unemployment of 6.2% in January of 2020, which was by far the lowest in the entire European Union, and in fact, I think probably one of the lowest youth unemployment rates in the entire industrialized world. We would certainly be throwing a parade for any government that reached youth unemployment levels as low as 6.2% if they managed to achieve it. But Mr. Speaker, Germany's approach to youth employment is very different from the approach that we've taken here in Canada and particularly in Alberta. The member from Cardston-Siksika talked about apprenticeships and identified that there was a difference between apprenticeships and unpaid interns in that apprenticeships go through a period of training before starting their apprenticeship period, and they're only cleared to do a certain scope of work, whereas unpaid interns don't necessarily have the education that the employer is looking for and need to be directly supervised, and in order to defray some of the costs to the employer, he seemed to have suggested that it was fair to not expect the employee to be compensated, the intern to be compensated for that. And I think rather than defending the current system of unpaid internships, what the government should be doing is looking at expanding the model of apprenticeship here in the province of Alberta. And I know that the Minister of Advanced Education has embarked upon a project that was reviewing the apprenticeship program here in Alberta, and I think I certainly encourage him to look at the German model of apprenticeships when he is undertaking that work. Because, Mr. Speaker, here in Alberta, apprentices are confined to about 50 or 60, forgive me, I can't remember the number of trades that are identified under the apprenticeship legislation, but it's about 50 or 60 occupations that are identified as trades. Some of them are mandatory trades, carpentry, welding. You have to be a certified journey person to be able to practice that trade. There are other voluntary trades that are identified, but there are a whole host of occupations that could be included in the apprenticeship system that aren't. And certainly Germany has a much broader apprenticeship system than ours currently does. There are over 350 different types of occupations that are considered under the German apprenticeship model. You could be a bank teller and work in finance and go into that occupation through an apprenticeship system in Germany. And that's not open to Canadian students here. And I think that's one of the reasons that that Germany has one of the lowest youth unemployment rates, is because of the massively expanded apprenticeship model that has been used in that country quite successfully. One of the other things that has made youth employment so low in Germany is the open cooperation between corporations and the trade unions that represent their workers. Workers have important roles to play in the decisions that companies make in Germany. And I know that my friend from Edmonton Decor has worked for a long time to give workers a stronger voice in the say and the decisions that corporations make, and certainly staunchly defended the safety committees that our government advocated. And I think, Mr. Speaker, experts agree that the German model of corporate governance, which gives a larger voice to workers, results in lower youth unemployment because they are able to correctly identify the needs of the company and be able to identify the educational needs of the country so that those corporations are never left searching for people to train because the school system in that country is training those people who are ready to go to work in the system. And so I would also urge members opposite to look at giving employees a stronger voice in the governance of the corporations that are operating here in Alberta. Now, I don't hold out much hope that this current government will actually take that approach, but it has definitely worked for the people of Germany, and I think that it could work for Albertans as well. Now, there are some problems, Mr. Speaker. I'm well aware that we can't just copy and paste the German model here and superimpose it onto the Alberta school system. One of the significant problems of the German model, as I see it, is that they stream students far too early. I think by the time they're 11 or 12, they've taken a number of tests to determine whether or not they're bound for university or they're bound for a skilled trade or some other kind of vocation. I don't think Albertans would accept that. I certainly have never heard any of my constituents demanding that their kids be tested in grade 6 to determine whether or not they'll be eligible for university. They're not. But one of the things that I think many constituents would support is a broader exposure after the age of 12, perhaps, to the kinds of vocations. And so I thank my friend from Edmonton Decor for bringing this motion forward. I think the problem of youth unemployment has some solutions that I've outlined, and I hope that the government votes in favor of this motion and looks at those.
I hesitate to interrupt the honourable member, but pursuant to Standing Order 8.3, which provides for up to 5 minutes for the sponsor of a motion other than a government motion to close debate, I would now like to invite the honourable member for Edmonton Decor to close debate.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate all of the comments this afternoon around Motion 509. And so, as I was taking notes, I would probably have started at the top, but it was interesting. The member from Edmonton Gold Bar said something that I feel maybe I'll start back there, and that was around whether the motion goes far enough. And listening to some members opposite around what there may be some concerns that the motion might do. And I think what we find ourselves here, Mr. Speaker, is a little bit of a kind of a confusion, a little bit about what a motion is supposed to be able to do versus what a private member's bill would be able to accomplish. And I would have certainly loved to be able to address some of the things that some the members have brought up this afternoon. But I think what we would have started to do is we would have started to tread into the territory of a private member's bill, which of course is not what we have here this afternoon. We merely have a motion. And I think what this motion would have allowed the government to do, as it said, was to introduce a bill to expressly ban unpaid, and as the motion goes. I think this left a lot of latitude for the government to be able to look at unpaid internships and how we can address. I know the member from Cardston-Siksika said that, yes, there is a big problem down in the U.S. I would absolutely agree around unpaid internships. But to say that we don't have a problem up here in Canada, I don't think is entirely accurate. And I guess I'm wondering why we find ourselves in this day and age where we seem to want to wait until things go sour, wait until things go wrong, wait until people are negatively impacted before we're willing to do something. And so, you know, why is it that we're going to wait for the federal government to finish up what they're doing before we say, well, we don't need to act, or we do need to act a little bit? let's not wait. And we finally always seem to catch ourselves in that type of cycle. But at the very least, I think the motion allows the government to be able to address the concerns around unpaid internships. And I will thank the member from Edmonton Rutherford for pointing out that distinction between the three different categories that we're looking at here. And again, using those, we will get the opportunity with which to address that through a bill that the government was able to bring forward. I guess I would like to express some disappointment when I hear things from members about socialism, and there's always that berating tone towards the members of the official opposition. I don't think that's productive, and at the end of the day, this is about me as a private member, Mr. Speaker, and wanting to bring forward the ability for Albertans to prosper just like anybody else in this province, and I think it's incumbent upon us as an assembly to be able to do that. But I do appreciate the opportunity this afternoon to present Motion 509. I hope members will reconsider and allow the government to explore this further through a piece of legislation that will address unpaid internships. And I would ask all members of the Assembly to support 509 this afternoon.
Members, on the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore, motion other than government motion 509. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That motion is defeated. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 4.1, it is now 6 o'clock, and the House stands adjourned until this evening at 7:30.